All right, everybody. Let me see if I can get this start video taken down. Goodness sakes, it's been a while since I've done this. Okay, there we are. I just had to take a minute here and catch my breath and just enjoy that everybody's here. If you are in the, if you're here watching live with us, leave a comment in the chat. I'm going to leave one. You'll see a $sign on there. You don't have to leave a donation to chat to me. It's nice and very much appreciated. Helps me cover costs of subscriptions and all this other stuff that it takes to keep the show going. But you are by no means mandated to do that, to leave a comment. If you want to leave a comment or ask a question, please do that there in the chat. I've had a lot of people message me and ask me about health coaching, and I hadn't actually, it was something we had talked about a long time ago when we started the website. Let me know if you guys can hear that fan and if it sounds weird. I can't hear it in my ears, but I've got a fan on because it's a little hot in here. What was I telling you? Oh, the health coaching. So I had several people reach out and ask about health coaching, and I had said no for now because of the shoulder thing, but also because hi guys, also because a lot of the questions that people ask me about health are the same questions. And so for me, I can reach a lot more people and it doesn't cost them anything. It doesn't cost you anything. Actually, most of the health coaching questions I get are people who want to talk to me because I've had a near-death experience and want to do that as like a spiritual health coaching thing, which I don't know that I'm any spiritually better off than anybody else. So I'm a little hesitant to do that. Oh, dang, I broke the other nail. Look, it was so long. Well, it doesn't look so long from there, but it's long to me. And I broke it. I broke the other one. So anyway, that's why I haven't done that. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Cecil. I have an Uncle Cecil. Well, I had an Uncle Cecil. He passed away a long time ago. Hi from Texas. Rhonda, where at in Texas are you? I've lived a couple places in Texas. I lived in Granbury, which is, I think, south of Fort Worth. It's been a long time. And then I went to college for a semester at Tarleton State in Stephenville. I think that's all of my haunts in Texas. Can you guys hear the birds? They're so loud. Wow. Okay. If that's going to drive you crazy, let me know and I can like put a video on and I can close everything up. And I wonder if we're live on Rumble. Let's look because I'm not getting any comments on Rumble. There they are. Hey guys. RJ, Janik, Salty Zero. Hey, RJ, I was so happy to see your last post. When I first saw you, my heart smiled. You just look so darn cute and healthy. How do you, Frugal Tinkerer? You like the bird sounds. Okay, if the bird sounds get to where they're driving. Oh, yeah, Tyler, I've been to Tyler. I want to say there's a high school in Tyler, Texas that I did. What is that going on there? Look at that nonsense. That I did a dramatic competition at. I used to compete in drama in high school. One act plays, duet acting, improv, directing, and then I've written a couple one act plays. And so that was good. And I won awards for all of them. So that's really cool. I haven't done that in a while. And look, I got my hair fixed. I just kind of was like, okay, we'll just wash it and let it dry and brush it out and kind of try to fix it's hard. So you see, I have a little movement in my arm. I wanted to show you guys. There's John Tyler and TK Gorman. Congrats. Thank you. So when I 48 hours. So for anybody that's new here, first of all, welcome. My name is Nurse Penny. Normally what we do is we do from 7:30 to 8:30, or I'm sorry, 8:30 to 9:30. We usually do no. It's been that long. We usually do, what is it? I'm going to turn this light up a little bit. It's driving me nuts on my glasses. Okay. I don't know if that's any better. We usually do Life from a Near-Death Perspective, which is a 1-hour podcast on my perspective on life as somebody who's had a near-death experience. And tonight is just my first night back. I don't know how I'm going to feel, and we'll get into that in a minute. And so we're just going to kind of loosey-goosey it. At some point, I'm going to go into current events. And if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to want to jump over to Rumble because I'm going to have to cut off YouTube I don't know how much longer I'm going to go with YouTube. When I first started YouTube, I was so excited when I hit 1,000 subscribers, right? And I'm still working on that placard thing. I just got kind of sidetracked with surgery. But when I first started, I wonder if it's the light from the TV. Let's turn that off. All right, Salty. He's on my screen. Hold on, let me turn this off because I think the light is it makes it harder for me to see. I've got to get some non-glare glasses. Sleep. No, that didn't help a bit, did it? So anyway, why was I telling you all of that? Oh, so normally we do that first hour, but with the surgery and everything, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel or how long I was going to be able to go. But like I said, at some point we may have to cut off YouTube. So the first, looks like most everybody is watching from Rumble and Facebook. When I first started broadcasting on YouTube, I accidentally one time left it on while I was doing the Nurse Penny show. And I got a warning and they took the video down. And ever since then, I only get 2-digit amounts, 2-digit people in the 2-digit category. So like less than 100 people who are watching my videos on YouTube since I got throttled for one warning. They did one warning. They took the video down. I didn't even say anything that wasn't true. It was just stuff they didn't want me to talk about. So they've throttled me back. And I'm lucky if I get 60, 70 people who see a video. So if I'm not going to grow and my viewership's not going to go up on YouTube, I'm just not going to put the effort in there. And that's not anything against anybody that's watching on YouTube. I just want you to know that. It's just if I'm on Rumble, it's one less platform. So it's cheaper for me on StreamYard to stream because I don't have to pay extra for that fourth platform. So if we keep getting, just low viewage, since we're getting throttled on YouTube, we'll probably just drop YouTube altogether. I'll put up some short videos to let people know where to find me, and we'll be here. So that's where I'm at on that. I agree, Janik. It's so, you guys, you just don't know. This has been really hard, this surgery. Oh, and let me show you my shoulder. It looks like nothing. Pardon the bra strap. So I think that's just a scratch. That's the incision that got infected, and look how good it looks. And I'll show you a picture of what it looked like before. And then I've got a little, you can barely see it. I don't know, somewhere over here there's a spot. It's almost gone. And then there's one on the back of my shoulder. So tiny marks, right? Were you guys expecting? But you can see, sorry, I don't mean to get the girls out. You can see this is red here. I've not been out in the sun. It's just kind of hard to tell on here. And then there's heat and it's red. Today's the first day in 2 weeks that I've not had a fever. The pain has increased quite a bit. So I have gone back to the doctor. For everybody who's not kept up, March 14th, I had shoulder surgery. They thought they were going to have to fix a bunch of stuff. And it turned out all they needed to do was go into the joint where the collarbone connects to the shoulder blade back here. And that's called your AC joint. And it was full of inflammation, full of bursitis, full of arthritis. And then there was tissue shearing. So there were like little shreds of tissue. So they went in with like a burring tool. If you guys, I don't know, do woodworking or metalworking, and they cleaned everything out. So they took out all the inflamed tissue. They took out all the little shreds of tissue that were in there. They cleaned all of that up. And then I had a slap injury. So that is I can't remember. It's where you tear the labrum, and the labrum is the suction cup that holds your whole shoulder together. And so if you've got a tear in the labrum, your shoulder will just be unstable and you'll keep injuring it. So they fixed that labrum tear, and that's called a slap repair. And it was a minor tear. So when we came, I think that was it. And the rotator cuffs, I guess, weren't torn. I keep meaning to ask him about that because they were torn they looked torn on ultrasound. So they didn't do anything to the rotator cuffs. And they asked me if I wanted the nerve block. And I'm like, no, because being numb freaks me out. I won't even use like numbing throat spray. And so I said, no, I didn't want that. And they were seriously warning me that there would be no way I could tolerate the pain of the surgery, if I did not have the nerve block. Well, with mast cell issues, I don't really want any part of me numb, because if I start itching, I need to know it. And you never know how attentive, the healthcare staff is going to be. So I don't trust them to keep checking me to see if I'm, getting hives or anything like that. So I just refused it. And they're like, oh, you're just going to be here so much longer. You're going to have so much nausea from all of the narcotics you're going to need. I did fine. And still, what's interesting is still they're like, oh my gosh, you didn't have the nerve block. I said, I didn't have a nerve block when I had my 2 rotator cuffs and fixed and the burring, all that in 2001. I was fine. And so anyway, I did it, got home, threw up all the way home, but that wasn't great, but still okay, right? So I get home and they give you the ice for 48 hours, and I've shown you guys, or you're supposed to stay on ice for 48 hours. I showed you guys that little machine, which is super handy. I don't know how much that costs, but if ever you have surgery or you have something that's going to need ice for a long period of time, that thing is great because you just keep water bottles frozen and put them in there, and then it stays cold on your, and it's not wet. You know what I mean? It's convenient. So you tend to be more compliant. So they gave me that, and I was on it for 48 hours. And I had therapy the next day. And by the next day, I was really in pain. But the Percocet, or not Percocet, oxycodone 5s, which, that's pretty mild. With that, I could, do about this, right about there and there. After the 7-day mark, I could put my hand over my head. I could do up my own bra. I could do my hair. And so when I went to the doctor at the 2-week mark, he's like, let me see, how high can you raise your arm? And I shot it up over my head and, claim high. I shot it up over my head and put it out to my side, raised it up to, my ear, put it up over my head, and then could like lean it. You know how you do this? I could do that. I could do huge, big arm circles with it. And they're like, okay, you need to slow down, and I'm like, well, for me, because I'm an overachiever, you have to tell me what your expectations are, and you have to tell me what my limitations are, because if you don't tell me, in my mind, there's no limits, because you would have told me, right? And on my discharge instructions, they didn't tell me I had any restrictions. So we kept doing the therapy, and so when I went in at 2 weeks in, I had an infection. Nobody had taken my stitches out. So I took all my stitches out. Don did it for me. God love him. I thought he was going to pass right out. He does not have the stomach for healthcare stuff. But I walked him through it. He got all my sutures out. I had one site this site right here was not healing, and it was open and about 1/8 of an inch deep, and it was infected. So I had him take the stitches out, cleaned it all up with alcohol, irrigated it out with saline, and then started topical methylene blue and red light therapy on it. And within 3 days, the superficial infection was gone. But what we noticed was I was running fever. Any position I would move my arm or even my head in, I would have like crunching, not just a click, like 12 clicks crunching. It sounds like a bunch of bones running over each other. And then it started, and that was painful. And then my range of motion just kept decreasing and decreasing. So they started me on an antibiotic. And within 48 hours, my movement was better in my arm. The fevers were better. I'm like, okay, just a little bump. We're okay. And the antibiotic made me really sick. So in the last, I think I'm down 11 pounds in a week and a half or something like that, which is great, but not how you want to lose your weight, of course. And so I went back to the doctor, because then I had to go weekly because I'd had an infection. And it was hot and everything. And he's like, there's all kinds of fluid on it. So you can't tell, but there's there's like this big knot. It's like almost like a goose egg on the front. I imagine if I could turn right, you could see it. So they had evacuated all of that fluid out of there. And now there's more fluid in there than there was before. So I'm going to go, I think Monday, see Dr. Tadios, who's the sports med guy. He's going to put a needle in there, draw the fluid out, send it off for a culture, and see what grows. And then we can determine if I need to be on an antibiotic, or if we need to check and see if there's an infection in the bone, or if we need to go back in and see if something else is going on. So we're not out of the woods with the shoulder yet. I'm not wearing the brace because to come down here and do the show, get in and out of the RV, move around in a narrow space with an arm brace that keeps your arm up like this. So in my estimation, I was in more danger of hurting myself by tripping down the steps or doing something with the brace on than if I just tried to remember to keep it down. So that's where I'm at. That's my range of motion is that about that, which you can see is greatly diminished from, oh, I can't go in front of me at all. Um, and I'm just toughing it out. No pain meds or anything like that. We'll see. Um, we'll see. I'm one of those people that tends to not, if something's going to go wrong medically, it's going to be with me. And there's a lot of people like that. It's not unique. Um, but I tend to bounce really well. So like, even when I've been on the ventilator, they would extubate me and I immediately was like, I need to get out of bed. I want to walk around. Can I eat? So I tend to bounce quick. So I'm toughing it out. And you guys have been phenomenal. Let anybody tell me that people on the internet are horrible. And yes, some of them are, but my people aren't. My people are freaking incredible. Um, we had a bunch of extra medical expenses happen because I've had complications. And, I don't work. I'm home and I'm just on disability. And poor Don's killing himself. They're getting ready to go to, he's been working 50 hours a week and now they're going to 54. So he's got to work Saturdays. So he's just dead tired. Why was I telling you that? Isn't that funny how I can't keep my thoughts straight? Oh, so we had, a bunch of extra doctor's visits and, the referral for the CT and the the copay for the surgery. And, now we're going to have this fluid aspiration and stuff. And I have insurance. It's Medicare. It just doesn't cover super great. So, with that, we'd had a bunch more medical expenses than we planned for. And I want to say it was like, we were thinking it was going to be around 500 and all said we're at about 3,500. So you guys have helped with a great deal of that. I would say almost 1,000. It's just blown away. And it was so funny because it wasn't just my podcast folks. You guys have been amazing. But it was people who had seen my near-death experience, found the website and donated, not even knowing I'd had surgery. And that's God. That is God knowing that we had a need and that I was really stressing about it and trying to, work the bills appropriately. We're working really hard to try to get some retirement built up. So when the housing market crashed, I think Don had been downsized at his job or something, and we were really worried we were going to lose the house, and so we had to take out a HARP loan, and I think that's what it was. And it's just it just kind of killed our savings and everything. So we're kind of starting over. So we didn't have like a bunch of, you'd think we would at our ages, but we didn't. Life's been tough, and I was a single mom for a lot of years, so we don't have a huge savings. And I just and I had people that sent like big donations, like $500, which I'm incredibly grateful for. But I also have, and I always want to remind you guys about this, I also have people who just consistently send me $5 a month. And, PayPal takes their little amount out of that. I have one lady who sends me $2 every month. And I remember, I've told you guys the story, being at the grocery store and helping that lady because she didn't have enough money for her groceries. And I thinking that person who is sending $2, that's all they've got. And they're sacrificing that for me. And it gets me every time. I'm like, most people are like, gosh, I can only send $2. And I'm like, well, I mean, if you look at how many people subscribe to this channel, I want to say it's 1,400 and some. If every one of those sent $2 a month, that'd be good money, right? And so I just like the effort that it takes to send somebody $2. A lot of people would think, gosh, that's not even worth the effort, $2. And then how much is PayPal going to take out of it? But God brings the extra, right? And the Bible talks about that, about tithing and things and putting back into other people and how God will see your heart and bless you tenfold. And so that's what we've been praying for you guys every night. Don and I pray for you guys. And I'm like, God, revisit them the blessing that they've been to me tenfold. Press it down, shake it up, and let it just overflow them. Make that money come back to them tenfold. And so I just want to thank you guys. As stressful as this has been and as depressed as I got, I really was struggling with that. there was always one of you or two of you or five of you that was, I'd get a donation as soon as I got a bill, or somebody would send me a text and they're like, "Hey Penny, I'm praying for you today," and they'd put in this little Bible verse, and it's just, I was telling Don about this tonight. I don't mean to wax philosophical. I'm not sure where all this is going tonight. I do have some stuff to cover, but I did want to talk to you guys about your impact. Like, you might not realize how you're making the world better. Just by helping me with this show, it helps me keep doing it. It helps me keep getting information out there. I want to say we've added 80 followers this week on Rumble. That's crazy. Um, and it grows the community. I am more about the community than anything else, because when I was doing Facebook Live, it was a great community, right? You just got on, you just went live. I couldn't share screens or anything, but I would like put up marker boards and teach on the marker board, um and I loved that community. Everybody got to know each other in the chat, and then they became friends, started praying for each other. I have people that made friends in my chats that that visit each other now. Like, they've realized that they live close to somebody who shares the same moral code, right? And you get to feeling really lonely about that because the world has gone mad. And so now people are like, "Oh yeah, I'm friends with so and so. I met them because I was watching your videos." And so I've been trying to build that on Rumble. And if you've got a Rumble channel and you're trying to build it, I don't know if you are, if anybody that's doing that would watch this, but if you are, I would encourage you not to just do videos, do live streams. And I know people are like, "Oh, why do a live stream when you can just throw a video up?" Because it's only one way if you just put the video up, right? Whereas with a live stream, everybody's excited to get on. Most of my folks now know each other, at least on Rumble. Um, and they all kind of keep up with each other. They exchange information. They pray for each other. So if you are feeling lonely or you're feeling like the world has gone crazy, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay. I just want to be the person to tell you, you're not wrong. You're not crazy. You're not a bigot. You're not a racist. The world has lost its mind. And in this community, you will find sanity. You will find reason and logic and facts. And most of all, you'll find friendship and fellowship. And so I just want you guys to know what that means to me. Like, every week that I couldn't get on, I was just getting more and more depressed because I missed you guys so much and I missed the community, but I just couldn't do a video yet. So what I do is I go to other communities because I'm like, I miss my community so much. Um, and so I watch Robert Voya. I don't know how to say his last name. And so I've gotten to make friends there, and some of those people follow me. And of course, Salty, if you're here from Salty, throw me out a re. So I know that you've come over from the Salty Army, and they might be a little bit later. Salty's not done until 9:30. Um, but and then Red Pill 78. If you don't watch Red Pill 78 on Rumble, or you're on Facebook and you don't watch, oh, see, Janik, yes, you did. I remember talking to you there. Janik found me at Robert's page, Robert Gouveia, Gouveia. I think that's right. Um, and so I've met friends through there, and I've reached out to Robert to try to get on his show. Robert, look, you need to have me on your show. I'm a good guest. I'm funny. I'll keep up my end of the conversation. My folks will watch. You watch both Salty and Robert. All right. Don't mind me. I just met you yesterday, right? Because you said something to me and I popped it. I want to say it was on Salty. Maybe it was Wednesday. And I popped a comment back to you, and his chat's so busy. I didn't know if you saw it, and I didn't want you to think that I had not responded to you, or that I'd, been rude or anything, because that wasn't my intention. But anyway, I'm going to see, can we pop hold on. I'm trying to see if we can pop some of these. I'm just going to kind of flip through them so you guys can see some of the comments from Facebook. So if you're leaving comments on Facebook, don't stop. It's just taken me a minute to get there. But I am feeling better. Oh, Cecil, look how cute your little family is. Oh my gosh. I love that I can see the pictures bigger. There's Brenda. Hi, Brenda. So anyway, hold on. I got to scroll up on. It'll just give me a little minute here. I'll get it. I found you before your surgery. Okay, well then I feel bad. I'm sorry. You first saw me on Red Bell. Enlighten, hi. I was hoping you could make it. So anyway, I just want to thank you guys for loving me. And I love you guys and I pray for you. And when I don't see you here, I worry about you. I wonder how you're doing. I've had people from all over the world reach out to me. I talked to a lady in Romania. Okay, so Janik, you don't know Salty. So just go to Salty Cracker on Rumble and he's got a mouth on him. He's crazy. So just know that he's crazy. He's going to say things that are very over the top. So if that's not your kind of thing, you're probably not going to enjoy him. But I think for the rest of us, right, for the rest of us, he's so over the top, it's funny. He really expresses, you know how like you could be upset with somebody and you would try to be, I wonder if he'll see this. You know how you'd be upset with somebody and you temper your remarks, right? You're like, when you said, here, we'll take RJ. RJ, when you said, hold on, there we go. When you said that thing, it wasn't true. And I wanted to show you some things that I found so that you would know that, what actually had happened, right? You'd try to be real diplomatic like that because you don't want people to think that you're a maniac. Even if you're thinking the maniac thoughts, you're like, oh my gosh, you stupid idiot. You keep posting all this stupid stuff and it's of course you're wrong. And he just says all of that. He skips all of the let's be diplomatic stuff. And he's just like, you're an effing idiot. So if you're having a really frustrating time and you're feeling overwhelmed by everything, sometimes it's cathartic to watch someone just say all the things that you're thinking in your head, right? Or maybe you're not thinking all of them, but some of them. And it releases that pressure valve on you so that you don't go postal. So I recommend it. RJ says his falsetto voice and antics are difficult. Don't mind the cussing at all. Well, what gets me is that he talks to Abe and George Washington like they're alive. And so that cracks me up. But yeah, that Don finds that irritating too, that he's kind of loud. My kind of people is he's one of the original band from YouTube. Yeah. So, you can take him in small spells. He does little daily videos, or, you can try watching a live stream. And just know he's going to say whatever he thinks. And he used to be a teacher. I guess you're still a teacher. You're just not actively teaching, kind of like I'm still a nurse. Let me pop up some of these comments. We miss you, Nurse Penny. I'm glad and excited to see and watch you. Glenella, you're gorgeous. Look at you, how pretty you are. Yeah, I'm not quite healed yet, but I'm working on it. I'm driving the bus right now, but I'll see you on my break and love and light. God bless. She's driving the bus and watching. God love this girl. Keep your eye on the road now. So that's kind of the catch up on everything. We've not gotten anything more done on the house other than Don's gotten all of the stuff that was in the office that he had moved into the kitchen, out of the kitchen and into the dining room that we don't really use. I was using it for this. And and he's got the hallway cleared out and all of that stuff that he had moved out so he could work on the office. At least it's in the dining room now, so we can kind of get around the house and it's not a danger to me. That was mostly what we were worried about, that the thing was so narrow, and with the big arm brace, I was going to knock something down or fall down myself. So there's all that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else new and fascinating that I have not told you. Oh, the lady from Romania. So I don't want to tell her story because I don't have permission. But this lady from Romania contacted me about her nephew, and her nephew had a life-threatening medical issue. And the doctors couldn't pin it down, and she kind of shared with me what was going on with his brain and some other issues. And I asked some questions, and I was like, this is what I think it is, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. And she's like, no, the doctor asked about that, and we definitely don't think that's what it is. I'm like, that's what it is. And so she was able to talk to him and the nephew, and he was able to reveal some information that did prove what we thought it was. And so he's getting back on the track to getting healed, and hopefully will not have any long-term fallout. So just, you guys, you're part of that. Do you realize that because you support the show, you watch, you pray for me, you guys donate, because you do all of that, some person in Romania found the show and was like, wow, this nurse seems like she will really listen, and I have a question and maybe she can help me. And I was able to help somebody in Romania. Therefore, you all helped somebody in Romania, and we likely saved that boy's life. And that's not an unusual thing. I get a lot of that stuff. So just know, if you feel like you don't know what you're supposed to be doing in life, what's your purpose? Your purpose may just be helping support the people who you think do know what to do. And that's okay. And eventually you may find something on your own that you want to do to be helpful. So I just wanted to share that praise story with you guys, because I thought it was awesome that we were able to get the exact right answer, and we were exactly right. I say we because I couldn't do this without you guys. So that was super cool. I would ask for you guys to pray for my dad. Dad is going to be, let's see, I'll be 53 this year, so dad will be 77. But he's still out and about, and he's I wouldn't call him spry. But he passed out at Walmart, and I found out about this from my brother. I'm guessing my dad didn't tell me because he didn't want me to worry. But he passed out at Walmart, and they had to call an ambulance. And Dad did mention to me at some point after my surgery, I was gorked on pain medicine. I can't remember when, but he did mention to me that they were doing a brain scan, and there was something going on with his stomach. And I knew he'd been having like vertigo, and I thought, oh well, that brain scans, they're probably just making sure there's nothing more than the vertigo going on, because I didn't know he'd passed out. So he's having these tests done. Something's going on, that he's been having falls, which we had just been attributing to low blood pressure and iron deficiency anemia. But now we're thinking that there's something more. So I would really, really appreciate you guys praying for my dad. His name's John. And I will keep you posted on how he's doing, whether he likes it or not. So my dad is just, I would come off the ventilator and I would wake up and my dad would be sitting there beside the bed. The first time that I went into respiratory failure, it happened in August, and it was close to Dad's birthday. And I think I was out for 5 days. And so when I woke up, his birthday had passed. And it's really weird to like be totally normal, and then you go into respiratory failure, you wake up 5 days later, you've lost all that time. Like, you don't realize how much time you've lost, and you're confused because you're in the ICU. And I remember waking up after that first coma, and Dad was there. And I kept asking him over and over what the date was, because you have a hard time remembering after all those drugs. And so I kept asking him what the date was, and it was September or something. I'm pretty sure that's right. And I said, oh my gosh, I missed your birthday. Gets me every time. And Dad looks at me and he said, you didn't, it's okay, honey. You didn't miss my birthday. I was right here. I'm like, oh my gosh, your birthday, you're sitting beside your daughter who's on life support, instead of having your daughter celebrate your birthday. And I just got myself all tore up. Anyway, they weren't going to let him come back for the shoulder surgery. We had to be there at 6:15. He beat us there. And he's driving from much further than us. And my dad is awesome. Got a mouth on him, but I love that guy. And the nurse had told me only one person could come back, and Don was with me. And I had told Dad about that because I didn't want him to get up so early, at 4:00 in the morning, and get ready and then drive all the way and not be able to see me. And so I said, hey, Dad, they'll only let one person back. My dad's an old Navy guy, and he's like, that's bullshit. I'm your father. And then if I say I'm coming back there, I'm coming back there. This is ridiculous. Who made this rule? Is this because of COVID? And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. You come, we'll see what we can work out. And so when I got there, you know how they take you back first to same day surgery area, and then they get you all ready, and then they let somebody come back with you. So, they had stuck me. I don't know. They eventually had to use ultrasound to get an IV in me. So a bunch of times. And I was telling the lady that story about my dad. And I said, that crazy. I'm so emotional about it. I told her, I said, to sit there on your birthday next to your daughter who's on life support and wonder if you're going to outlive her. And I said, I really want my dad to come back. And she was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get him right now. She was so sweet. And so they did let him back. And that was such a comfort to me to have him come back. And he's like, you're going to be okay. You've been through much worse than this. You know, you always do so well. You're so strong. And I just needed all of that. And so now I'm a big old crybaby. Sorry. And I've got something in my eye, of course. But anyway, so Dad got to come back, and that meant a lot to me. And so I'm worried. Isn't that funny, guys? I have a lot of people that say to me, they're like, well, since you've had a near-death experience and you've seen, you know, you've met God. It is a great story. You've met God, then, you know, it's probably easier for you when you lose someone. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's not any easier for me. I still have that attachment to the physical person. I still want them to be here. You know, when we lost my cousin, that was rough. Stupid cat hair, stupid pollen. I'm not crying, you're crying, big babies. So anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be emotional. It's good to be back. I missed you guys a lot. And you know, every time one of you would do some kindness, you know, a pizza would show up, or, you know, just out of nowhere, I'd get a card, or, you know, people sent like lotions and things like that. I mean, people were just wonderful. You guys are awesome. There's no better audience than mine. I just believe that. That's why we love you, Penny. You're so real. You know what? It's the only way to go. I see I watch a lot of shows on Rumble. You guys, if you're on Facebook, come over to Rumble. I dropped my glasses. I know you're attached to, and I don't, oh yeah, we've got some YouTube folks. I know you're attached to YouTube and you're like, oh, I don't want to do another platform. I get that, believe me, because I have so many platforms to manage. I would encourage, the thing with staying on YouTube is, if you stay on YouTube, instead of coming over to Rumble to watch, and you do what you do. I you know, I love you guys. But if you stay over on YouTube, you're part of that censorship effort, right? You know that they are censoring people. You know that they have now toggled my account for one mistake, one video with just a warning. I didn't even get a strike. Now my videos aren't getting out there. So if by staying on there and being loyal to that platform, you're supporting that censorship. So come to Rumble, come over to Rumble, and what people even can watch on Twitter. But, you know, or Facebook, you know, please just don't watch on YouTube, because it's just, you know, they've got all those advertisers and they need to see people leaving. And so I really would encourage you, if you're watching on YouTube, to come on over to Rumble, because they have created a platform, even though it's not YouTube, we're not there 100% yet. I still can tell the truth. I still can pull up a clinical trial or a study, or, you know, any kind of published thing. I can pull it up and I can read it to you and not get a warning in my video taken down. Like, that's crazy that I can't share an NIH article without being accused of spreading misinformation and violating terms of service. That's how bad it's gotten on YouTube. And you may not notice it because you're not doing videos, so you're not being toggled. You know, you're not losing your income. And you guys, they're awful. Like, I know people who, when YouTube shut down their account with no notice, they also kept all of their earnings. That's theft. These people earned this money. And so rather than paying them out, you know, didn't even give them time to get their videos off, basically destroyed their content. Well, I stole it, because YouTube still has it, even if it's deleted. So this is why I tell you, please leave. Please show with your feet that you will not support that. It's really important. That's why we love you. You will never find them. You can't see without your glasses. I felt around with my foot till I found them. Mount Claim says, I agree on losing someone. I'm still emotional after my wife, but I know where she is. Yes, I'm still emotional after your wife, and I didn't even get to meet that saint of a woman. I just, I hope someday we can have some kind of like um, Nurse Penny get together, because I gotta, before I leave this earth, get my arms around you people. I just got to. I feel like if I don't, and Don and I were talking the other day, because some of you I know where you're from. And so we've got the Benders live in Missouri, and then Pope Smokes lives in Missouri. And I'm like, man, if we could find an IANS, an International Association for Near Death Studies group, there to go and for me to do a talk at, we could write off that visit. And then I could, maybe we could stay with some of the people who we've gotten to know. That would be so cool, rather than go to an Airbnb where you don't know the people and you're worried they're videotaping you while you're peeing. Or maybe I'm the only one who worries about that. I'm like, get your legs really close to get checked under the lid, because I didn't know that people did that. And then I saw like a Dateline thing, and I'm like, what? They put cameras under toilet seats to watch people pee? See, how did we get here? But anyway, I saw that, and now I'm like super paranoid, and I check, because like, I mean, how are you going to identify me? I don't know why I'm worried about it. Like, even if you have a video of me peeing from that angle, nobody knows it's me. But still, it worries me. So we thought about that. We thought, we probably have followers or viewers in every state, subscribers. I never know what to call you guys, friends in every state. And if we could work it out to go do those talks, we could meet those people. And how fun would that be? But I feel like the audience isn't quite big enough. And I'd get there and it'd be me and RJ, or me and Janik, or there'd just be Frugal Tinkerer. I'm like, hey, how you doing? And it would just be us, but that'd be okay too, right? There's Pepsi or Coke in here, so we're not gonna. I did this at church on, was it Sunday? I think it was this past Sunday for Easter. Yeah, I had taken this and I had pop in it, and it's got this little valve on it, so if it tips, it doesn't spill. Well, if you leave pop in it, you look at it because I went to pick it up to drink out of it, and all that pressure had built up and it sprayed pop all over my face, and that was fun. So, did you hear it? Wait. Rumble's way better. Like Bud Light, they're feeling the pain. Bud Light ought to be feeling the pain. Now they're backpedaling. Have you seen that? Where they're like, oh, wait a minute. This was just some low-level marketing person. We didn't know she was doing this, and we're going to pull back. And we had no idea. And I'm like, she's like the vice president of marketing. Now, I'm sure they have vice presidents of marketing that are just regional or whatever. AJ! But can all those people, hold on, I can't see it, honey. Can all those people get together and sue them? That is the people that I know, like Red Pill 78, Zach, I think he's probably not, just doesn't want to mess with them. He's, the whole thing was so bad for him. And I think somebody had like recorded his shows or downloaded him. So he did get a bunch of his shows back. But yeah, they absolutely could sue him, and I hope they do. Is there going to be, if you came to Spokane, you could stay with me? I would totally stay with you. Mount Claim, I will be there. Going to be in Kansas the end of the month. May in Idaho, June in Oklahoma. Your house next to Help with the House. That's awesome. You come on to Kentucky. Or I'll put you out here. They be lion tamers. Okay, I missed something. I call BS. They knew. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bud Light. Right. I'm like, just own up to it and say, look, this was a marketing person. High level management didn't know. But they should have, and this is our fault. Like, rather than say you don't know, to me, I think you do more service recovery with your people by saying, you know what, this was a really bad choice. And we as a company lost sight of where our bread is buttered. And we want to apologize for that. And we want to reestablish trust with you. Like, to me, that would go a lot further. Like, if I wronged you guys in some way, that's what I would do. So I just feel like as business, you're just butt covering. Just come out and say, yeah, we did it. We did it. It was ill-advised. It obviously hurt our bottom dollar. But what we're most upset about is that it's broken the trust between us and people who were loyal to us. So that's how you fix that. But lion tamers equals liars. Oh, you guys, I learned so much stuff from you. 40 plus content creators. Oh, tried and lost. Yeah, I wouldn't let that stop me from continuing to try, because depending on what judge you get in front of and that sort of thing, I would think that there would be some attorneys who could look and see what I think probably needs to happen is I think that the state AGs need to go after them. So Attorney General Cameron here in Kentucky, who I think will make a run for president someday, and I would absolutely vote for him. Attorney General Cameron, if there are people in Kentucky who have had this happen and YouTube has stolen money from you or whatever, talk to your Attorney General, because you want the Attorney General to bring the case. That will be helpful, because then you can make kind of a class, so for like a class action suit, it's different. That's not what it's called when an Attorney General brings it, I don't think. But, the Attorney General of Kentucky could coordinate with the Attorney General of Idaho or Washington or whatever. And then you've got a much bigger case. You're getting before a different judge that you could decide which state would be best to bring it. I'm in Idaho, but my place is so small. I'm in an RV, Sherry. I'm not going to judge you, honey. I would still come and hang out with you. We could just sit on your porch and talk. When we went to Arizona to film the documentary, we went to Phoenix, and it was funny when we got there, we didn't realize how many of our friends, that watched lived right there in that area. And I was like, oh man, if I had known that, I would have worked out to stay. We ended up going to dinner with some friends there. They took us out, and that just knew me from YouTube, or not YouTube, Facebook. And so that was fun, because I got to go and, went out to dinner with her and her daughter and got to know them personally. And I just love that. We're still on YouTube. Careful. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Enlighten. I don't understand why people stay with YouTube either. I think because people are overwhelmed by social media. And so, hi, Patriot Angel. I think they're overwhelmed by it. And so that's how I feel. Like, people are like, oh, you should get on True Social, and you should get on, whatever else is out there. Getter and Locals. Well, I'm on Getter, I'm on Locals, and I don't have any kind of following there, because people don't want to leave Facebook. So I stay on Facebook just to kind of push people to the videos, and because there's people there I love. But that's why people don't leave. It's just a lot to manage. I'm in Idaho. My place is small. So is Rumble an app I need to download? So Sherry, what you can do is you can download the Rumble app. I actually prefer just to, like, if you go to my my webpage, which is WITT health coaching, I think, witthealthcoaching.com or witthealthcoach.com. But if you go there, you can subscribe to my Substack, and you'll get an email from me to remind you of the videos. So that's kind of a good thing. But yeah, you can, and when you get the Substack email, there'll be a link, and then you can just go in through the link. But I think do you guys, if you're on Rumble, do you know if you still have to create an account just to watch videos? I think they were getting away from that, so that you didn't have to have an account just to watch a video, but you would need one to comment anyway. So yeah, just go to rumble.com and create an account, and then come find me, Nurse Penny. Just type it in, and it's like Facebook in a lot of ways, or like YouTube in a lot of ways, and not like YouTube in a lot of ways. So it takes a little getting used to. But I think if you come over just for one, just to watch one person, that won't be so overwhelming. And then once you're on a while, you'll find other people you like, and you'll get used to the structure of it. And it's just getting better and better for sure. I'm enjoying it a lot. Switched from Facebook. Yay. AJ. I love the word gallivant. It reminds me of my mom and grandma. Nobody really says that word anymore. Yeah, well, I like gallivant. That would be awesome. Okay, so I will never visit Sherry. Okay, I will. I've never even heard of it. Oh, love your heart. You know what? You're not alone. It's Facebook's, or help me. Rumble's been around like more than 8 years, I think. It's just now getting big. So you've got like Steven Crowder's here. I don't know who all you know, but like Steven Crowder's here. And I think he's banned on YouTube right now. We've got Red Pill 78. He's just wonderful. Zach and I are friends. Just through an interview that he had reached out, Red Pill Girlfriend had reached out to me because she'd seen a YouTube video about my near-death experience. And that's how I got invited onto Zach's show. And there you go. Thank you, AJ. And so that's how Zach and I got to be friends. And it was so funny because I had messaged Zach because I wanted to go on his show and we didn't know each other about my COVID experience. So when I got the message from Red Pill Girlfriend on Twitter, I just assumed that's what it was in response to. So when Zach called me, and he's like, "Hey, I want to have you on the show. Lisa saw your near-death experience." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. I've sent you multiple emails trying to get on about the COVID thing, and you're contacting me about that." And so I went on and did that. Then I went on and did a COVID show. I think that's it that we've done. Maybe we've done 2 or 3 shows. I know 2 for sure. But Zach is wonderful. His is news-based, current events, a lot like what we do, not so much personal stuff, but some. Yes, AJ is a wonderful source of information for us. So anyway, that's where we're at. You can watch Red Pill 78. You're not going to get anything there that's super shocking. And I always learn things. I always kind of keep a notebook nearby when Zach's show's on because I write down stuff that he says and then I deep dive that stuff. And he's also, once you go to Rumble, go to Badlands Media, and sign up, subscribe for that channel because I think Zach's on 3 of their shows and they've got a bunch of shows on that channel. I messaged him this week to ask why they don't have a health show because it seems like they have everything else and not that. It's not that bad. Not too much work to create an account. Yeah, it's not bad. Yes, X22, the Sergeant Report, Deception Bites. I don't have that one. We the People News, Icons 2020. I will hold on, Enlighten. I want to copy those so that because I've not heard of some of those. Deception Bites. That one is kind of familiar. Copy. Hold on, let me put a little note on that because I want to check that out because I like to help other content creators, even though they don't know me. I like to help direct people to them if they've got good content because we should help each other out because the community is super important to me. Like when after I was on Zach's show, I was like, "Hey, he was still in Ohio at the time. He hadn't moved yet. But I wanted to send out a COVID care package for his mom. And so I think I sent one for him and Lisa, and then I sent one for his mom. And then his daughter ended up getting COVID, and his mom had the kit and was able to take care of her. So I do keep up. Somebody will say, "Hey, this podcaster's having this issue," and so I always try to reach out and help. I'm trying to create more community among us. Crowder is too hammy for me. Yeah, that's like Timcast. A lot of people like Timcast. A lot of people don't like him. Melk's good. I'm on my computer in my closet. It's just like it was when I was in the Army. Oh, RJ, David Nino Rodriguez is a loose. Is that the name of the channel, RJ? X22 Good is watching. You know what I don't like about X22? I want to see the person I'm talking to. I can't, I can turn it on if I'm cleaning or doing chores or something, but I can't just sit and watch it because I can't just do the audio. I need to be able to see the person. Michelle from Deception Bites is great. I will check them out. USA Watched. You guys are good. Yeah, Robert. I love Robert. I'm trying to think who else I've got. Just a bunch. The Highwire with Del Bigtree, if you're not watching that, great source of information, especially on things like childhood vaccines. Lots of research at that channel. I really like them. What's the one that's got just the Dark to Light? It's Frankie and Beans. And their show's really good. I like their show a lot. I love Beans. I love Frankie too, but Beans is just funny. I'm trying to think of ones I watch regularly. Bongino. Of course, I always try to catch Tucker. Redacted is good. I do like Redacted. Yeah, so if you guys can think of ones, just throw them up there so people can see. The show is called David Nino Rodriguez. He is funny. And what's the thrust of his show? Is it like comedy? I watch Ryan. What's his name? Who's the guy that does? I can't think of it. I'd have to look it up. But anyway, there's some good comedy ones too. Who's the red-haired guy that does the comedy? We went and saw him, and he always dresses up. And his is like comedy education, not education on comedy, but education on current events through comedy. I can't. Anyway, red kind of stringy hair, and he wears it long, and he's always got. He's ridiculous, but he's funny. Really? I didn't know that Zach didn't show his face at first. That's crazy. I guess, he probably was working a real job, and I understand why people do it, considering what can happen. No, not Carrot. Isn't Carrot Top dead? Somebody look that up. That'll be your job, Patriot Angel. No, what is his name? We went and saw him here. It was the first thing that we went out and we ended up getting COVID. It was I can't think of it. He talks about current events, behind the scenes information. He used to be a boxer and has a history he shares. He has outbursts and cracks me up. Nino is an ex-boxer. Oh, close to once. Yeah, Saban. I'll look that up. And then there's, InfoWars if you want to do some conspiracy deep diving. Did you guys watch Zach the other night when they were talking about, he was on, I think it's like conspiracy theories or something like that. It's on Badlands Media. But they were talking about Anthony Scalia and his death. It is Anthony. It's not Anton, right? Scalia. Anyway, Scalia, the Supreme Court Justice, was out at this ranch. I can't remember the name of it. I think I pulled information on it. But they were talking about that. And I remember when he died, and I remember thinking, this doesn't sound right at all. Not because they're like, oh, that's crazy that he was found with a pillow over his face. I'm like, Don sleeps with a pillow over his face all the time. No, he wasn't strangled. He didn't have any ligature marks. And I don't think he had any crushing of the hyoid bone. Looks like Carrot Top's alive. Yeah, Gallagher died a while back, I thought. But anyway, so Zach and John were talking about this, and he mentioned that there was succinylcholine found in his tox screen, and I about fell off the couch. Succinylcholine is a paralytic. So all the times that I was intubated, what they do is they give you a sedative. So they give you like ketamine or sometimes propofol, something like that, and they put you to sleep. And then they give you succinylcholine, which is a paralytic, so that you can't move. And your lungs, you can't breathe. So you're just, and then they intubate you, right? Well, succinylcholine is not something you can get by prescription. It's not something you would have at home. It's not something anybody would have at home. The only time it's used is for intubation or for surgery. So when he said he'd gotten succinylcholine, I'm like, holy cow, he died of asphyxiation. He suffocated because somebody gave him. And let me tell you guys, I've told you this story before. I was getting intubated one time, and you guys, if we lose you on YouTube or if they bump me, screw them. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not going to turn it off. So one time they gave me a drug to put me to sleep, and then they went to intubate me. So if you're new here, I had this weird mast cell activation disorder after a neck surgery, and I kept going into respiratory failure unprovoked, like anaphylaxis. And the EpiPens, nothing would work, and I would end up on the ventilator for 4 or 5 days and then get off. And it just kept happening 18 times in 2.5 years, and then it went into remission. And I met God during that time, so you're all caught up. So one time they gave me whatever the sedative was, and then they gave me the paralytic, and the sedative didn't work. So I was awake, but I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. And there was no way for me to tell them that I was awake. And so I'm awake. I can't breathe because I'm paralyzed. I'm feeling somebody pulling like my jeans off of me and roughly putting a catheter in, and they're not being gentle because they think I'm unconscious, right? And I'm still gentle. Even if my patient is unconscious, I'm still gentle with them. But a lot of people aren't. They just kind of disregard and flop them all around, and they're just rough. And so Don was in the room once they got me intubated, and he kept saying, "Why is she crying? Why is she crying?" She had tears running all down her face. And they're like, "Oh, it's some weird neurological thing. She's fine." And so they finally get me up to the room. So I mean, I'm paralyzed and awake, and the sucks doesn't last for a long time. But I just wasn't, able to tell them I was awake. So they got me up to the room, and my dad said to the nurse, "Oh my gosh, her heart rate's almost 200. What's going on?" And she said, and dad said to me, "Penny, can you hear me?" And my heart rate jumped, and she's like, "Oh gosh, she's awake." And that's the last thing I remember. So they gave me something to put me to sleep. So all of that to tell you that Scalia would have been lying in that bed. This is an exceptionally cruel way to die. So they would have given him that somewhere intravenously, and it would have hit him immediately. He would have been completely paralyzed, unable to breathe, um, maybe eyes open. I don't know, probably, since he didn't get any kind of sedative. So he's just there, pie-eyed, I'm sure, tears running down his face, smothering that's murder. There's no reason for succinylcholine to have been in his system. He had not recently had surgery or been intubated. There is no other explanation for that. So they didn't call out a doctor or anything to examine him. They just called, and they called, apparently talked to 3 judges, and the third one finally said, "Oh yeah, no worries." They were like, "He's got a history of sleep apnea or whatever," because all those people that die of sleep apnea. And so the judge was like, "Yeah, it's fine. We don't have to do." There go the glasses again. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do an autopsy or anything like that. Well, then they send him off to a funeral home that's like 100 miles away from where he's at. And they immediately embalm him, and he is, what's that word? I can't think of it, where they burn you up in the kiln. What's the word for that? I can't think of it. Anyway, when Zach said that, so it's a live thing. So I'm in there and I'm like, whoa, 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 hold the phone. Succinylcholine. I was like, that's a paralytic. You can't get that over the counter. There's no way you got it accidentally. It's because Zach had said it was a sedative, and cremation. Thank you. Zach had said it was a sedative, and I'm like, no, it is not. It is a paralytic by classification, by drug. So for people who don't know, there are drug classifications. So there are drugs that are like anticholinergics. There are drugs that are paralytics, drugs that are sedatives. That drug is not a sedative. It is a paralytic, period. It's not given for any other reason. So I'm typing and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's no other reason for him to get that drug other than that you're trying to kill him. Can you drink it? Well, even if he drank it, where would he have gotten it? And the way that it blocks, I think it blocks like calcium channel receptors or something. I don't know what would happen to it in the stomach, but even if he drank it, he wouldn't have done it intentionally. He wouldn't have had a way to get it. Somebody would have had to have given it to him. So apparently there's this hunting club. This is a really fascinating story. There's this hunting club. I can't remember what it's called, something weird. And he supposedly isn't part of this hunting club, but he's friends with the guy who runs the hunting club. And he gets invited out to this ranch by Bohemian Grove. And they're doing this, I don't know if it was like a bird hunt or something, and they're all out there. And his trip was paid for by the guy who owns the club. So the guy who owns the club and the guy who owns the club and the guy who's the head of the hunting thing are friends. The last person to see Scalia alive is the guy who owns that resort that was covering all the costs for these people that came in for this hunt. And he saw him at dinner. I think they had dinner together, and then that was it. And Scalia goes to his room, goes to bed. When he doesn't show up for breakfast the next day, this guy's story is that he goes to check on him, and then he finds him in full repose, just lying in his bed, dead. So this guy's the last guy to see him. This other guy. So I'm wondering, where did they get this drug? right? You'd have to know somebody. You'd have to know a doctor. I'm sure there's a doctor. Right, Bohemian Grove, exactly. Um, Thank you, Patriot Angel or RJ, Cibola Creek Ranch. So they're at Cibola Creek Ranch. The guy that owns Cibola Creek Ranch knows the guy who is the head of the hunting thing. JP Sears. Oh my gosh, you guys are great. JP Sears is the redheaded guy on Rumble who has a channel and he's super funny. Um, so anyway, somebody killed that guy. And they're like, no, he just died of natural causes or, you know, heart failure or whatever. Right, exactly. I'm like, the government killed him. Of course, the government killed him. Who else is there? Or these two guys are in on it. So I go into this deep dive, right? Because as soon as I heard succinylcholine, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's cruel. You're supposedly friends with these guys. There are ways they can kill you that are painless. But this is cruel. This is, you're giving him a paralytic. This is like a movie that you see where the person wants to torture the other person. I mean, yes, he would have been dead, within however long you can hold your breath for. Maybe it was COVID. Oh, no, he died long before COVID. It was like 2018 or something like that. Is that right? Anyway, I can't remember, but I'm trying to dive into that. I'm trying to see what the relationship is between the guy that owns the Cibola Creek Ranch and this other person. And as a nurse, so a lot of the reason I go on these deep dives is because as a nurse, COVID totally blindsided me, the way people were acting about it, how they were, and screw you, YouTube. I'm sure this will be my last video on there because they're going to take me down. But I mean, it is an absolute fact that they were skewing data so that people would not use the early treatments, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. That's right, YouTube, I said it. Hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin are very helpful for COVID-19, and you can go eat a bag of whatever. There's blood on your hands for keeping willfully suppressing that information. So all these people who died did not have to die. And what bothers me even more is I have an over-the-counter protocol that was just as effective, probably more. We had 0 hospitalizations, 0 deaths, 0 long COVID. This thing was manageable, and they were letting people die on purpose to make money. And it's so funny because people can't get their brain around this idea. Like, why would the government want to do that? Well, let's think about it. What demographic saw the most death during COVID? Do you guys know? I need some chapstick. Screw you too. That's right, enlighten. So what age group would you say? Would you say 0 to 18, 18 to 64, or 65 and older? Thank you. Yes, 80 plus. Or you could even say 65 and older. But the 80 plus group were the group that were most likely to die of COVID. And there were things that we knew already about that 80 plus group and about people who were institutionally confined, so in a nursing home. We know that that they are chronically low in vitamin D. We know that they're chronically low in zinc. We know that they're low in vitamin C. We know they have glutathione deficiency. We know they have hyperinflammation. So knowing all of those things, there were basic things that we could have done to protect them, right? We could have put everybody on 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C 3 times a day. We could have put them on 20 milligrams of zinc twice a day. We could have put them on 5,000 international units of vitamin D3 with K2 daily. Higher if their levels were under 50, their vitamin D levels. And we could have saved the lives of people who weren't going to die otherwise, right? They weren't hospice, or they weren't just at the end of their life anyway. We could have saved them. And I was talking about this early on in the spring of 2020, because there was a study that came out that showed if you had a vitamin D level under 20, I think I've got these numbers right. So 30 is considered enough to keep you from getting rickets. It is not enough to keep you your immune system healthy. Vitamin D acts like a steroid in the human body, and one that we need. And it helps downregulate inflammation, does all kinds of things, right? So if you had a vitamin D level under 20 and you ended up in the hospital, your risk of death was like 94%. If you had a vitamin D level of 30 or less, your risk of death, I think, was 81%. If you had a vitamin D level over 30 and you ended up in the hospital, can you guess what your risk of death was? So if you were 20 or under, your risk of death was 94%. If you were under 30, your risk of death was 81%. What do you think your risk of death was if your vitamin D was over 30? I'd just be curious. And the reason it's important is because the government knew this. They knew this. The data was out there and they suppressed it. And if you tried to talk about vitamin D, they even constructed studies to show that vitamin D would not prevent COVID-19. Okay, so what? Your risk of dying if you had a vitamin D level above 30 was only 4% if you were in the hospital. 4%. So from 94% if you were under 20, 81% if you were under 30, it dropped to 4% if your vitamin D level was over 30. So I was like, okay, guys, I want everybody to know your vitamin D level like you know your age. I want you to be able to just tell me what it is, and it better be a number that's 50 or higher. Because in people who had vitamin D levels that were 50 or higher, we didn't see any mortality. Are you saying the comorbidities were irrelevant? The thing about the comorbidities is this. The comorbidities are also seen in people who have low vitamin D, low vitamin C, low glutathione levels, low zinc levels. So are those comorbidities, or are they the result of those deficiencies? Do you see what I'm saying? So if you have a low vitamin D level, you're more at risk for a fracture from a fall. You're more at risk to contract any kind of infection because your immune system isn't as primed. You are already in an inflamed state. If you're overweight, you're already in an inflamed state. So a lot of the things that we see in the high risk groups are things that could have been treated, right? That should have been treated, whether COVID had ever happened or not. There shouldn't be anybody that has a vitamin D level that's too low, that's under 50, period. There shouldn't be anybody who has an insufficient level of vitamin K2, which tells vitamin D or tells calcium to go to the bones. You have to take K2 with D3. There's no reason. Why are we not checking these things? Why are we not making sure if you're in a nursing home and you're really high risk? So I had written up this plan when they closed everything. And I want to say I forwarded it to the governor. And what had happened here was when they closed everything, they closed all the health departments. And I'm like, and the doctor's offices. I'm like, why would you close health departments and doctor's offices during a pandemic? This is stupid. We've never done this before. And we've had pandemics. And so I wrote up this thing and I'm like, here's what you need to do. You need to open up your health departments and you need to mobilize them to do testing. You also need to mobilize your doctor's offices and say, look, you're not working. You're not in office. So what you need to do is get back in the office and we need you to start calling every patient that you have over the age of 65 or notify them in the portal that you are putting in an order for them to have some labs done. And you're going to check a zinc, a vitamin D, your basic B vitamins, zinc, D, B vitamins, a vitamin C level, and a reduced glutathione level. You could have gotten all those numbers, got those labs done while those people were home before they got sick. And then you would have said, okay, this person's got a vitamin D under 20. Let's go ahead and get them on D3K2. This person's vitamin C is too low. This person's hyperinflamed. This person has really low glutathione. Let's get them on vitamin C. Let's get them on some glutathione. And how many serious illnesses might you have been able to prevent? It wasn't just that they didn't do that thing. It's that they knew they should do that thing and they refused to do it. So there's that. Close. Well, my age is 21 years old with 40 years experience. There you go. It always comes back to vitamin C, vitamin D. Yes, absolutely. And make sure you're taking D3, not D2. Less active people who don't get sun, right? And then you're telling them to stay inside. They're scared to death. You've got them wearing a mask, which is just a bacterial collector. The whole thing's a mess. They're blocking the sun with. They are. Bill Gates, I'm not even talking about chemtrails, which the government's admitted to. Bill Gates, they did this experiment. Who did this experiment, guys? Did you hear of it, where they put out these reflective particles into the air to help reflect the sun back out of the earth? I'm like, yeah, because we don't need sun to farm and to keep our animals healthy and to keep our own vitamin D levels up, to keep our plants growing. What are they doing? This is getting scarier and scarier. You guys saw the big cattle farm that caught fire, and what 150 head of cattle died. 150,000, I think, head of cattle. 10,000, 15,000, something. It was a lot. You got the chicken farms all blowing up. Then you got them forcing people to execute even backyard birds over bird flu. So the eggs are crazy expensive. Now we're finding bugs incorporated into the flours and grains that are used in our food. Now we're talking about mRNA vaccines in animals. And so Don and I are looking for alternate sources, food co-ops where you can co-op with a farm. I'm still trying to get someone on. It's amazing how hard it is to get these people to return a phone call. I may just have to drive out and see them. But there are places, all you have to do is Google in your area. I want you to look up farm co-op or herd shares, HERD, herd shares. And so you can share in the cost of what it costs them to raise the animal, and then you'll get a portion of the animal when it's slaughtered. I heard they have been injected with RNA. Okay, so I wanted to talk to, yes, everything is burning. Plastic plants, recycling plants, chicken barns, cow barns, everything's on fire. We have a train derailment almost every other day. I'm not exaggerating. What is going on with the train derailments? If you guys watch regular news, you may not be hearing about it. There's just a lot of crap they're not telling you. I was on that stuff for Lyme disease and wasn't that bad. My husband was extremely sick. We were going to take him to the hospital when my home nurse said to give him what I was taking, and he was better in days. You're taking hydroxychloroquine for Lyme? I guess that would break down the biofilms. That makes sense, actually. So I wanted to look up the cow thing because every fact check is like, oh, this isn't true. This isn't happening. And so I looked this up for you guys, and I was not able to get a solid answer, but I wanted to share with you what I found because I know there's a lot of us that are like, yeah, if you're going to put RNA in my food. Sorry, my allergies are kicking in. I'm going to need to find a different source of food, right? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, Alicia. I keep forgetting to look down. You guys are in a different chat, so I got to pop up your comments. So Alicia says, testing, please. There was no test for COVID. There was a test for coronavirus. But, well, Alicia, when I say that, I'm saying let's assume everything they've told us is true. So if everything they told us was true, see, if you assume everything that they told you was true, then you can hold them to the standard of what they said the truth was, right? That's what I'm doing. You and I know this is all a bunch of BS. But if, their whole thing was, oh, we got to test. Well, if that was really the case and your tests were really helpful and it was really important, then we get tested. Why then did you close doctors' offices and health departments who could have mobilized testing? So yes, I know the truth, and you know the truth, and we all know the truth, right? But I'm just saying you have to convict them of what they're telling you. So if this were to go before a court, I can't just say, oh, well, the test didn't work anyway, so it doesn't matter. No, you have to convict them on what they said the truth was. They said the test worked, that they were very effective and they were very reliable. Well, then why would you close all of your places that could possibly have done testing during the lockdowns? Right? It doesn't make any sense. So when I do that, I'm holding them to their own standard. A very expensive test was available, but people didn't get tested with that expensive test. Yes, we know all that. And yes, you're right. Derailments where I live, and Facebook is deleting all the posts. Really, AJ? Wow. That's telling. Wormwood is good for Lyme disease. You just got to be careful. I would probably try ivermectin before I would try wormwood. It's the same thing. They're both antiparasitics. So, but we know that ivermectin is safe. Wormwood can get you in trouble if you take too much of it. But how many of these does the train completely leave the tracks? Almost everyone that I've seen. Like not the whole train, but you've got multiple cars off the tracks and overturned. Heard wormwood is good for Lyme. Really, thank you, Patriot. Yeah, I would definitely go for ivermectin. You know what else? Screw you, YouTube. Screw you, YouTube. Screw you, YouTube. I know it's the last video I'm going to be on there, but I'm just over it. You know what? When I had rosacea, they prescribed this cream for rosacea that was like $400. I couldn't afford it, so I just was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just have rosacea. And then I started reading about Demodex mites, and they're these mites that live on your skin, and as you get older, they can kind of over proliferate. We've all got some kind of little things crawling on our skin. And my eyes were always really dry and irritated. And I noticed like there would be like this kind of round dandruff on my eyelashes sometimes that, like was wrapping around the shaft of the hair. And I'm like, what is going on? Because I have good hygiene and everything. And so then I read about Demodex mites. Well, when COVID hit, I thought, I wonder if horse paste would work. So I washed my face and took a really thin layer of horse paste. I'm not recommending this at all because I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving medical advice. So you should definitely not take this as medical advice. I'm just telling you a thing I did. So the thing I did was I took and washed my face, and I would put this really thin layer of horse paste here and then just across my lashes real light. And I'd leave it on my lashes for about 20 minutes and then wipe them off, leave it on my face and go to bed. And within 2 days, I had completely cleared up years of rosacea. As you can see, I have got great skin. I no longer suffer with rosacea, and it is because of horse paste. Was with members of Secretive Society of Elite Hunters when he died, founded by Milton Favor. RJ, who's the current president of that? Or they call him something crazy. 35 other guests. So RJ's given us more details on what was going on when Scalia died, the Supreme Court Justice. 35 other guests at the remote Cibola Creek Ranch that weekend. Some of them confirmed members of the secretive, thank you for that, Austrian society called the International Order of St. Hubertus. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Enlighten says a train in Eyre, Massachusetts. Is that Maine or Massachusetts? I can't remember what the derailed 30 miles from our house. Oh my goodness. Any chemicals or anything? RJ says Cibola Creek Ranch owned by John Poindexter. Yes. And C. Allen Foster. John Poindexter is now the president of the Order of St. Hubertus. He was the president then. And so C. Allen Foster is in the Order of St. Hubertus. John Poindexter is in the Order of St. Hubertus. John Poindexter is the guy who invited Scalia on the hunt because Scalia is not part of that group, but he invited him on the hunt. And John's the president of that group. C. Allen Foster, who owns Cibola Ranch, is in that group. And C. Allen Foster owns the Cibola Ranch, right? He is the last person to see Scalia alive. He has dinner with him. So when John invites Scalia to go to Cibola Ranch, they first fly into some other airport, and Scalia has got his protective detail with him. Well, they ditch the protective detail and then go on to Cibola Ranch without them. Also interesting. Still no explanation. Okay, Massachusetts recycle trash. Oh, okay, no fire. No fire. Okay. Thank you. Foster found him. Yes, C. Allen Foster found him. So C. Allen Foster had dinner with him, was the last one to see him alive, and apparently I don't know if he was pronounced dead at 1 something in the afternoon, but Foster's story, which apparently has changed many times, Foster's story was that he didn't show up for breakfast, that Scalia didn't, and that's what triggered him to go check on him. And so I need to clarify whether that 1 o'clock or 1:20, whatever the time was the time that he was found, or was that the time that they'd shipped him off and he was declared dead over the phone, though. I'm just curious. If he missed breakfast, why was it past 1 o'clock when they found him? That would be he missed breakfast and he missed lunch. And they were going bird hunting, so I would expect that you would be thinking you'd see him at breakfast because that's generally something you start early in the day. The whole thing's super crazy. I'm really looking forward to a deep dive on it. So anybody else, if you get information on it and you want to be part of that deep dive, I've been trying to think of a way that we could create little groups where there's something that some of us key in on that we're really interested in, and then that group can kind of work together. You could do it through Google Drive or uh, Google Docs, that sort of thing, and collectively gather information in one place to put the story together. Wouldn't that be fun? If you think that would be cool, I want you to send me an email, Witthealth Coach, WITT Health Coach, all one word, at gmail.com. I think it's Witthealth Coach. You guys don't make fun of me for having to look it up every time. You suck as humans. Oh, it is, yes, Wit, WITT, Health Coach, all one word, at gmail.com if you're interested in that. Oh, I absolutely think it's probably the FBI. Well, I'm going to go back and look, because what we need to look for. So when I start these things, I don't know how much research you all have done, but I've done a ridiculous amount of research in the last 3 years. There was a time when it was 16 hours a day I was reading on COVID. So the way I start with the research is, first I make a list and I put down all of the people involved, and then I star anybody that I think is of special interest. Then I track each person's background, and I try to link the people that I'm looking up to. I look to see if there are links to the other people. So I would look up John and get all the information on John Poindexter. Then I would look up C. Alan Foster, get all the information on him. Then Scalia, get all the information on him and anybody else I could find in that group, right? So then I would look up that group, the International Order of St. Hubertus. I would look it up and find all the information on that, find past members. So I start with people, right? Then I go to places. Where is this group met? Who went to these things? All that sort of thing. Who, where, what exactly is this group about? What are each of these people about? You've got a Supreme Court justice. How does a Supreme Court justice become friends or meet up with C. Alan Foster or John Poindexter? So then I go through all that. Then I go through and I see if I can link them to the current administration at that time. So what I'll do is I'll say, does C. Alan Foster have any input into the Obama administration? I'm not saying Obama had anything to do with this. I don't know. That's just the administration when this happened. Then does John Poindexter have any links to them? Do they have any links to government projects? Do they have any links to Supreme Court cases that are waiting to be heard? So then you got your who, your where, your what. Why would it be necessary for Scalia to die? Well, if you've done your previous research and you've looked at what are the connections between these people, a lot of times you can figure out what the motive might have been. And then how did these people get succinylcholine? Did somebody come into the ranch? Was this a completely outside person who did it? Because it could have been that he just went to the ranch. Poindexter and Foster had nothing to do with it. Oh, really? All right, then. That's just my method. It could have been that somebody somehow gained entrance to his room or was waiting for him when he finished dinner, because I've not seen since there was no autopsy, you have no idea what time of death was. And since there's no autopsy, you don't really know what cause of death was. You're just speculating. A justice of the peace pronouncing him dead of natural causes without seeing the body. Yeah, they just called her up. And 2 other people, there were judges, right? I think 2 other judges refused to pronounce him dead without, I think they wanted the coroner to have seen him or something. Because this was like the police were just trying to get him declared dead over the phone. Have you even heard of that? Like, that's just weird. Yes, he's an overweight guy. He's of the age that men can die of heart attacks. But you find he's a Supreme Court justice. He doesn't have his detail with him. You find him dead with his pillow over his face. I don't think being in bed with a pillow over your face and happening to be dead is a big deal. People make a lot of that, but Don sleeps with his pillow over his head all the time. So I don't think there's anything to that. People are like, oh, there was a pillow on his face, so he was smothered with his pillow. And I'm like, no. My grandkids wake up with pillows over their heads all the time. I don't think I wouldn't get hung up on that detail. And the thing is, if they'd done an autopsy, if he had been smothered, you would have found fibers in his airway. There would have been ways to prove that. He supposedly had an MRI the previous week. RJ, email me some of this stuff, because I really want to do a deep dive on this, and I can tell it's hitting with you. I always like to research with people that it's hitting with. because it's more fun, because then you'll find something and you're like, oh my gosh, Penny, I found this, right? So let me see. I don't think I pulled anything on that because I wanted to do some more research, but I did want to talk about the MR. Wait, no, let's look at this Scalia thing since I've got it up. No, I don't want notifications. All right, let me, if I can remember how to share. Be patient because it's been a little while since I've done a live stream. And if you're here, please hit the like button. It does help. I swear to God, I will come over there if you don't hit the like button. It's not even like physically taxing. I know you got to scroll up, but you can do it. We'll tell God on you. He doesn't care. Let's see. I go here and then I click this one. No, that didn't do it. Shoot. I thought I had it. Now I feel stupid. Okay, wait, hold on. Present. No, I want, oh, okay, I got it. Add. Here we go. All right, let's come over here and make this bigger because I want you guys to be able to see too. I always hate it when I can't make out what's going on. There we go. How's that? Scalia murdered after Obama meeting update. So this is from VT. What is that? I'm not seeing what that stands for, but this is by Gordon Duff. This is from 2016. I know this isn't current. It just came up, and I love me a good conspiracy theory, just because it's fascinating. And a lot of them turn out to be nothing, but a lot of them, you know, you're like, that's telling. So it says editorial note. I'm guessing this is going to give background I won't know about, but revelations on the Allen case, which led to Scalia, now lead into the entire Koch network, including the Federalist Society, said to be operating not simply in the law schools, but America's high schools as well, and into the Heritage Foundation. Really? We don't know when it began, maybe at the Presidio under Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set or before. There's this given a lot of background information. They're assuming you know stuff that you may not know. But he's not wanting to go back and explain everything again because he's already done the articles. So we'll look that up. We do know it has victimized thousands of children around the world. Not only, yes, there was some link to trafficking, not only in America, but channeling children through Belgium. So this, is this the guy? Hold on, let me scroll down here. This is, did they show the guy's picture? Shoot, it was on my phone. Gordon Duff. So Gordon Duff, as far as I can tell, it's interesting. He's got a different take on this, and it looks like he's probably a Democrat, but like he's onto the trafficking and he's reporting on that stuff. So he's seeing a lot of the stuff that the other side is seeing while still holding to a progressive political thing. I think it's kind of hard because some of the stuff you read and you're like, okay, he's obviously, on the other side of me politically. But then, he's like, trafficking is definitely real. All that sort of stuff. So I don't know, but we'll look. I wanted to look at it because he was from the other side and he had some interesting points. So it says high-level sources confirm that Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia was murdered, which in itself is neither an original claim nor beyond the realm of likelihood based on circumstances allegedly tied to his death. By that, we're speaking of the pillow over the head and allegations of a cover-up autopsy, well outside legal requirements for someone of Scalia's position. So he's saying that seems all sketchy, I think. Oh, Alan. So Alan is Alan the guy that runs the ranch? Or yeah. C. Alan, whatever his name is. He's the one who owns the ranch, who using his computer skills helped fellow pedophiles scour the internet for vulnerable children. So interesting. Because generally the people on the left don't believe any of that's going on. Sources in the White House confirmed that immediately prior to his flight to Texas, ostensibly for a hunting trip with 35 close friends, many of whom are members of the highly secret Order of St. Hubertus, as is being reported initially in the Washington Post. So the Washington Post did a deep dive into this that I've not looked at yet, with broader allegations made on the InfoWars website, tying the Hubertus Order to Bohemian Grove antics, long subject to speculation in the alternative media. We became aware of the case in August of 2015 when we were shown correspondence between Allen and representatives of the Kesh Foundation. Allen ran several popular websites on alternative energy and was a popular speaker. See, so what I would do is I would fill in all my who, what, when, where, why, how with details from this article, and then I would have it on a page. Allen ran several popular websites on alternative energy, was a popular speaker, often appearing on the Coast to Coast radio show with Detroit native George Norrie. Really interesting. Increasingly, it became obvious that Allen had been using these venues for sexual trafficking of children. It wasn't hard to figure out. He did it openly, spoke of it constantly, as seen in the YouTube video, but that one has been taken down, and lived as though he were above the law. Over the next few months, particularly when confronted by Iranian-born physicist M.T. Kesh, who ordered Allen and those around him banned from all Kesh forums, Allen openly flaunted his criminal activities. So he's trafficking, according to this guy. I wish we could see that video. What made this particularly insidious is that it was obvious not only that Allen was not acting alone, but that he had broad support, not only in his home state of Utah, where he was able to avoid prosecution, but in Belgium as well. There, Allen and associates Hans Brockwain, Dirk, oh my gosh, it just gets worse, Dirk Loresens, and Ad van den Elshout, what kind of name is that? Wow, moved against the Kesh group, securing against Kesh's wishes technologies with defense-related application and passing them on to MI5 in Britain. This reads like a spy novel. When Kesh moved against this group and tried to secure his patents, he found himself being chased down the highway, shots fired, his car run off the road. Police arrested and soon misplaced the culprits, and soon thereafter, representatives of Belgium's royals told Kesh to leave Belgium or be buried there. On the European end of the FBI investigation, the trail, all of which is easily followed by the breadcrumbs Sterling David Allen has left, leads to the highest and most powerful of scientific communities where blackmail, interesting scientific communities, which, we're seeing so much corruption in, where blackmail, kidnapping, and torture, threats against families, and in particular, threats against children, have placed members of secret societies in positions of power at universities, think tanks, police, and counterterrorism agencies, and even the European Space Agency. Then it says more to come, but I can't find any of the rest of the articles, so I'll look. But I just thought that was fascinating. You guys may or may not be as fascinated as I am because I'm a super geek, but I just thought that was crazy. RJ says she told the news station she pronounced him dead over the phone at 1:52 p.m. on Saturday. I felt comfortable what I knew was going on with him physically. Yeah, supposedly she talked to his doctor, and the doctor's like, oh, yeah, he had sleep apnea and hypertension or something else. Yeah, that's probably why he died. Hold on, let me get this link here. Copy. Okay, disgusting. So let's see. RJ gave us another link, so let's look at that. Oh, from Time. Interesting. Are they going to let me read it? Might have to find an archived one. Scalia's official cause of death will be listed on his death certificate as myocardial infarction or a heart attack. Presidio County Judge Cinderella, that was her name. Come on, I don't want to read it. Presidio County Judge Cinderella Guevara told WFAA-TV on Sunday. The 79-year-old conservative jurist also suffered several chronic ailments, including a shoulder problem. Uh-oh, guys. If I'm found with a pillow over my face, I did not kill myself. And underwent an MRI last week. Good job, RJ. The county judge said she was told there were no signs of foul play when Scalia was found dead on Saturday at a resort in West Texas, the Cabola Ranch. Cabola? I can't remember what the name of it was. I felt comfortable what I knew was going on with him physically, she said. After I did my job, yes, I kept playing it over and over in my mind and thought, oh my God, history is being made in Presidio County, she added. It's something I'll never forget. That's interesting, isn't it? I missed the first part of what you were reading. Was that with respect to Scalia's friend? Let me look, honey. Scalia's official cause of death will be listed. Are you talking about this page? Shoulder, I know, right? The 79-year-old who Juris also suffered. Yeah, everyone sleeps with a pillow. My husband does it all the time. I don't think the pillow has anything to do with it. The pillow has nothing to do with it. The fact that succinylcholine was found in his tox screen, that has something to do with it. The pillow is just something that they put over his face so they could be like, oh yeah, maybe he smothered in his sleep, or they were trying to make it look like there was a reason. The pillow has nothing to do with his cause of death, I can just about guarantee. Anyway, that's where we're at. If you want to do a deep dive with me on that, let me know, and we'll hook up via Google Docs, and we can share information back and forth. So there's the article that I first read you is from Veterans Today. So you can go there and read up on that if you want. I didn't post the links this time. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about was the mRNA. People are really worried that the mRNA is going to be in the food. So I've seen things, but I've not been able to put together whether it's actually happening or not. The no evidence of foul play and a pillow over his face and no autopsy is suspicious. I agree. Even though nothing, she had reason to suspect something. I agree. Well, and with a Supreme Court justice who is there without his detail, automatically I would have said, no, he's going to have an autopsy. This isn't on me. To me, if you're a judge, you want to err on the side of caution. You want to say, no, you know what? And I'm guessing that's what happened when they called the first two judges who wouldn't do it. Wolf would tell you no dying. That's right. That's the first rule. Dan Bongino, don't get dead. So I wanted to show you guys this. So there's this thing going around that the farmers are going to start vaccinating the cows with the mRNA vaccines this week or this month. Join this music live stream, please. Okay, I can't right now because I'm doing a live stream. So I wanted to show you the fact check from AP on this whole thing about the cows, right? Let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see. I can't see your comments while it's supersized, so just so you know, here I can make it a little smaller. That way I can kind of see what you get. Well, come on now. Let's work together. I just want to make sure you guys can read. I would hate when I can't see to read along. Okay, here we go. Claim. Farmers and ranchers are required. Okay, so this is the claim. You guys, when you're looking at a fact check, I want to give you some tips. So first read the claim and understand it. Claim. Farmers and ranchers are required to inject livestock with mRNA vaccines. So let's look at this, okay? The claim is that farmers and ranchers are required to inject livestock with mRNA vaccines. That is, they've written it this way on purpose. The claim isn't that farmers and ranchers are required to inject livestock with mRNA vaccine. The claim is that this month, hi Danvers, the claim is that this month farmers and ranchers will start injecting livestock with mRNA vaccines. That's quite a different thing. That they would be doing it as a choice is different than they're required. And the reason they state it this way is so that they can debunk it, right? So this isn't even what the claim is. The claim isn't that farmers and ranchers are required to inject livestock with mRNA vaccines. The claim is that farmers and ranchers will start injecting their herds with mRNA vaccines, right? So right there's your problem. They're not even debunking the correct claim. So they're saying that the claim is that they're required. Well, that's super easy to then make false. And then everyone says, oh, it's not true. But you have to look at the claim, right? So AP's assessment, false. There is no mandate in the US that livestock receive certain vaccines, and there are no COVID mRNA vaccines listed for animals, as some online have suggested. Okay. The claim is farmers and ranchers are required to inject livestock with mRNA vaccines. It didn't say anything about COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, did it? No, they're throwing this in. So they're using something to debunk that wasn't even part of the claim. So they're saying there's no COVID-19 mRNA vaccines licensed for animals. Well, up here, all it says is mRNA vaccines. Doesn't say anything about COVID-19 vaccines, does it? So they're debunking a claim that isn't even being made. They're saying, oh, that's false. There's no COVID-19 mRNA vaccines licensed for animals. Okay, well, here's my question. Are there unlicensed COVID-19 mRNA vaccines for animals? I'd like to know. Here's my other question. It says there's no mandate in the US that livestock receive certain vaccines. Okay, there's no mandate that they receive an mRNA vaccine, but are there mRNA vaccines that animals can be given without a mandate that aren't approved? Right? I'm so tired of this kind of BS fact checking. That's BS. That's not what we're asking. Nobody said anything about a COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. We were talking about mRNA vaccines in general. No one said anything about it being a requirement. We said that farmers were going to start doing it. We didn't say it was going to be required. So they're debunking a claim that wasn't even the claim. And this is how they get everybody, and everybody's like, no, that was debunked. No, it wasn't actually. Facts. Both messenger RNA or mRNA and NRA are natural, essential components of living cells. This pisses me off. Yes, RNA and messenger NRA are natural, essential components of living cells. The mRNA and the RNA that are in vaccines are not natural, essential components of all living cells. So putting those two things together as though they're the same thing is not true. The mRNA or the RNA that I can pull out of your cell is not the same thing. It's natural, but it's not the same thing that's in a COVID vaccine. It's not wrapped up in lipid nanoparticles. So this is how they lie to you. It just makes me so mad. The COVID-19 vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna use mRNA to instruct cells to create a spike protein to fight the disease. The mRNA and the RNA that is naturally occurring in your cells does not do that thing. It doesn't instruct your cells to make spike proteins. The RNA and mRNA that are naturally found in living cells are completely different from the synthetic mRNA that Moderna is using to teach your cells to become spike manufacturing machines, right? These two things are not equivalent or alike at all. But the vaccines have been a consistent subject of misinformation since they debuted in late 2020. So says the AP, and they can. There's so many obscene things I want to say that I don't. I'm really trying. Or they blow your ranch up. Danvers says, I wonder if all the explosions and derailments are a rogue AI manipulating system like ventilation. And that's interesting. Well, there are physical ways to derail a train, which I have researched and I've not talked about because I don't want that information to be out there. It's actually not very hard to do. So I think it'd probably be easier to do it that way. Especially when so many of them seem to crash in the dark. Or in areas where they're not super populated, even if you're near a town, you're in a small town, you know what I mean? There's not a lot of lights around, that sort of thing. It all just seems very sketchy to me. Social media posts in recent days have falsely asserted that farmers are required, which is not what they say, to vaccinate livestock with such vaccines, and baselessly suggested that unsuspecting humans will therefore consume the immunizations. I want you to look at how they word this. Quote, I just recently read that farmers and ranchers are being told that they must inject their livestock with the mRNA vaccine, a man in an Instagram video claims. What temperature do I need to cook my cow in? Do I need to cook my cow in order to get rid of the mRNA death jab vaccine thing? Okay, so they're making this person look stupid. The person is just taking the information that's out there that they don't quite understand, and they're trying to figure out how to make decisions in purchasing or in food preparation so that they would not be subjected to something that they're not comfortable with having in their body. And instead they word it like this, or they use this example to make the person look not intelligent, right? The thing is when you're constantly giving us crap information, when we say our questions about it, of course we sound stupid because the information you're giving is crap. And it's open to so much misinterpretation because you lie constantly and you're back and forth on everything, meaning the government constantly. So the fact that we're confused and they want to treat us like we're stupid and that's why we're confused. No, 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 no. The people who are confused because you're trying to confuse them. Experts, industry groups, and officials say there are no such requirements. Right. There are no such requirements. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, are there mRNA vaccines available that farmers can use on their herds? And are some farmers choosing to use those, whether it's required or not? That's the question. That's the question, right? It's not, are they required to? It's, are they doing it? Just like, you may not be required to give your animals antibiotics, but maybe you're choosing to do that anyway. And maybe I would choose to buy my meat from somewhere else because I don't want to be exposed to low levels of antibiotics in the meat. That, right? So is that making sense? There's no requirement or mandate that producers vaccinate their livestock for any disease. Actually, that's not true. I went and I looked it up, and there are required vaccines. U.S. Department of Agricultural spokesman Marissa Perry said in an email, "It's a personal and business decision left up to the producer and will remain that way." Well, she says that, but I looked this up, and there are vaccines that are required. Jason Menke, a National Pork Board spokesperson, said in a statement that the decision, okay, so you go up there and they're like, they make it sound like there are no mRNA vaccines, right? And then they're like, and there's no requirement that they use them, even if there were mRNA vaccines. But then you have to look at this sentence. Jason Menke, a National Pork Board spokesperson, said in a statement that the decision to use vaccines and other medical treatments to protect animal health and well-being are made by the farmer under the direction of the herd veterinarian. Okay, so is an mRNA vaccine one of the options that a herd veterinarian could suggest to a farmer? Right? That's we need the answer to that question. In terms of COVID-19 specifically, there are no licensed mRNA vaccines against that disease for animals. Are there unlicensed vaccines? Right? None of the mRNA vaccines are licensed, just Comirnaty, and you can't get that here. So none of the vaccines that we're giving to people are even licensed. They have an emergency use authorization. So are there vaccines made of mRNA technology, using that technology, available for animals? I want to know the answer to that question. See, this is the thing, is no one asks these questions because there's no real journalism. My question would have been, oh, okay, so there's no licensed mRNA vaccines that are required to be given for animals. Are there vaccines that have some other use authorization that could be used for these animals, and are farmers using them? Right? And as far as COVID-19, it says there's no licensed mRNA vaccines. They're using this intentionally. There are no licensed mRNA vaccines against that disease for animals. Because then you're going to assume that there are no vaccines. Well, no. Read closely. There are no licensed vaccines for COVID-19 use in animals. We know that there are mRNA COVID-19 vaccines for animals because they give them to them in zoos. So while there may be no licensed ones, there are ones that have some other authorization. Some animals, particularly those in zoos considered susceptible, have received vaccines against COVID-19, but those immunizations do not rely on mRNA technology, says Suresh Kuchipid, whatever that is, a veterinary scientist and chair of emerging infectious disease at Penn University. When did he say this? How long ago did he say this? When this was said, was this true? Has this changed since? Experts also say there are no animal vaccines currently licensed in the U.S. against any disease that use the same mRNA approach as COVID-19 vaccines. Okay? Is all of the meat and poultry sold for human consumption in the United States gotten from the United States, or is it coming from overseas? We know a good amount of the meat in our country does not come from our country. So they're now trying to give you the idea. So they're telling the truth. There are no animal vaccines currently licensed in the US against any disease that uses the mRNA approach. So then the person's like, oh, okay, good. Knock that off the list. There's no licensed mRNA vaccines to be used for animals in the United States, so I'm safe. Well, but are most of the animals we're eating coming from the United States? Which entails delivering the mRNA by using a fatty coating called lipid nanoparticles, though some are being researched. There are some animal vaccines that use other RNA platforms. The pharmaceutical company Merck has for several years offered a customizable vaccine using what is called RNA particle technology. The company creates vaccines against the flu and other viruses in pigs to protect a specific herd as needed. That approach predates the advent of COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. So they are using an RNA particle technology vaccine as customizable vaccines for pigs. The notion that mRNA vaccines would be transmissible through animal consumption, much less cause harm to the consumer, is not rooted in scientific evidence. Do you know why it's not rooted in scientific evidence? Because no studies have been done. So I want you all to remember, when somebody says that there is no evidence that, generally what that code means is because we've not done any studies on that. They do stuff to our food all the time without studying the effects on humans. Look at glyphosate and all these other things, right? They're like, oh, it's food, so we don't have to study it because food is generally considered safe. And then we eat all this glyphosate and get cancer and all this other stuff. And it never was required. Now they know, but before it wasn't required that they test that. They were just able to add it to our food without doing any testing in humans to see if when they ate that food, they became ill. It's not rooted in scientific evidence because nobody has, on a mass scale that I know of, given mRNA vaccines to animals, then fed those animals to people and done a study to see if there was any risk. So he's not saying that they're safe or that it's not transmissible. Basically, what he's telling you is that no one has studied it. The messenger RNA is extremely fragile, Kuchipudi said. Kuchipudi. And it is typically gone within days of receipt. Well, that's what they told us at the beginning, right? Remember, they did these tests and they're like, oh, no, it just stays in your arm. It doesn't go anywhere else in your body. And it's gone within 2 weeks. Well, that study that showed that it was gone within 2 weeks, it was still there at 2 weeks. And then they didn't study it any further. So the study didn't say it was gone in 2 weeks. It said at the 2-week point, it was still there. The study did not go on to determine how much longer it was there for. They just knew on day 14 it was still there, right? So they're like, it's typically gone within days of receipt. That is actually not true. Now this guy may have said it, and he's like, RNA is extremely fragile, right? That's why we wrap it in particles or lipid nanoparticles so that it has some longevity. Paul Verardi, an associate professor of virology and vaccinology at the University of Connecticut, agreed and added in an email that cooking would further accelerate the process of degradation. Well, it's interesting that you would say that. So if cooking would how is cooking going to increase the process of degradation when you're already telling me that it's fragile, it would be out of the system within a couple of weeks, so it's not going to be in the meat to begin with? Well, wait a minute. If it's not going to be in the meat to begin with, how do you know that cooking the meat would further degrade it? Have there been studies on this, or is he just throwing that in there? Inquiring minds would like to know. Moreover, regulators licensing vaccines for food animals require something called withdrawal time, said Alan Young, a professor of veterinary and biomedical science at the South Dakota State University. Notice this is just a collection of statements. There's nothing back and forth going on. This is not a fact check. Any licensed vaccine, which we don't have any licensed mRNA vaccines in this country, but we have millions of people who've received mRNA vaccines, do we not? Any licensed vaccine comes with a minimum time before you're allowed to actually have that animal enter the food chain. So you've got to wait so long before you can slaughter them if they've had a particular vaccine. Any licensed vaccine. But what did they tell you up before? They were like, oh, but there are customizable vaccines that aren't actually FDA approved, that aren't licensed products that are customizable that you can use in your herd if you want to for particular diseases. And those are made of mRNA. There are no food safety concerns with vaccines, including those developed with RNA technology. Do you know why there are no concerns? Because they don't care about the food safety. The FDA does a crappy job on food safety. Just look at the babies that died from bacteria in their formula and the closing down of the Abbott plant in Michigan because babies were dying from their formula. So there are no food safety concerns with vaccines, including those developed with RNA technology. Pork from vaccinated animals is safe to consume as vaccines are not present when pigs enter the food supply. Have you tested to see if the vaccine is still present, or if you just set a timetable that animal has to wait to be slaughtered because it had a vaccine? But have you actually tested that to see if it is out of the animal system? And why is there a waiting period? How do you determine the waiting period? How do you know what the waiting period is for each vaccine? And if it's not a licensed vaccine, would there be a wait time? Right? I think it would still be in the system. We know in humans at 2 weeks it's still in the system. Vaccines are critical to preserving animal health and well-being, keeping the food supply safe. So do you see what I'm saying? People look at this as a fact check and they're like, wow, that was really thorough. They went through everything. No, they didn't actually. What they did was they gave you a bunch of statements from 3 different veterinarians or 3 different people that did not address the actual claim. The claim that they're debunking is not the claim that was made. They said that there's no licensed mRNA vaccine, but they didn't tell us if there are unlicensed mRNA vaccines, and I'm going to show you that there are. So here we go. Are you guys just exhausted with being lied to? I'm so over it. And I'm telling you, I can spot bullshit from a mile away because of this. So it's been a blessing in some ways. mRNA vaccines in livestock and companion animals are here now. Dr. Robert Malone, and I trust Dr. Robert Malone because Dr. Robert Malone developed the initial mRNA technology. Guys, give me 1 second. I've got to turn off this fan. I'm freezing. So just, talk amongst yourselves, get a drink. I don't think you'll have time to pee, but, we'll wait. We'll wait for you. Oh my God, I'm freezing. Sorry. I'm even wearing a dress, you guys. I was so excited to see you. Look, I have a dress and a necklace on. I put effort into this. I have no shoes on. It's all a show. Okay. The current receipts are included in this essay and more are on the way. Before we can discuss the mRNA vaccine technology for livestock, pets, and wildlife, we must first address the elephant in the room. That is, how come the public is able to access human clinical trial information, but is not able to do the same for clinical trials involving animal health? Well, there's an angle I hadn't thought of. During the early days of the AIDS epidemic, the AIDS community demanded public access to clinical trials. In 1988, the year I graduated from high school, the U.S. Congress passed the Health Omnibus Programs Extension Act, which mandated the development of a database of AIDS clinical trial information services. This congressional act motivated other nonprofit disease-related groups to demand access also. The Food and Drug Administration Modernization Act of 1997 amended the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and the Public Health Service Act to require that the NIH create a publicly available clinical trials database. This is on PubMed. This eventually led to the development of the website clinicaltrials.gov, where all the trials are listed, and then you can read the results on PubMed. This allowed tracking of drug efficacy studies resulting from approved investigational new drugs, including vaccines. The law requires federally and privately funded clinical trials. The purpose of each experimental drug, subject eligibility criteria to participate in the trial, the location of clinical trial sites, a point of contact for patients interested in enrolling, the National Library of Medicine, and the National Institute of Health to host the public website database. There's also a requirement by the NIH that you must publish the results of your trial, good or bad, within it's a year or 2 years of the end of the study. And if you don't, there's a huge fine. And so there were all these these drug companies that were doing these studies in colleges and stuff, that were doing these studies, and then the study would be bad, and so they would never report what the results were. Well, once you've registered a clinical trial now, you have it's a year or 2 years from the date that it finishes to publish your results, good or bad, on the NIH website. And the reason that's important is it prevents a lot of duplication from drug manufacturers who are competing to produce drugs. So, this drug manufacturer can look at the results of that clinical trial and say, we're gonna structure our study differently. You know what I mean? It just makes it a lot easier because everybody knows what's currently out there. Um, so most of the drug companies and the universities have come into compliance with that. The major researcher that is out of compliance with publishing the results of clinical trials in the mandated amount of time is the National Institute of Health, who runs the website. Just so you know that. By the way, says Robert Malone, one of my former clients held the federal contract to support clinicaltrials.gov and PubMed. I have spent time in the back rooms of the NLM and do know a fair amount about these things. Now, Robert Malone, if you don't know, was the creator of the original mRNA technology. He also has worked with pretty much every military government contractor there is. DARPA, he's connected. The searchable clinicaltrials.gov website was made available to the public via the internet in 2000. Clinicaltrials.gov makes searching a human clinical trial easy. For a quick search reveals that there are over 50 clinical trials for mRNA vaccines and over 200 registered. With animals, there's no such database. So where is the AP getting this information, right? mRNA vaccines in the animal health or veterinary markets are difficult to track until the company or the USDA is ready to release information on that product's development or release. The USDA and the NIH have no mechanism for tracking potential new vaccines, drugs, or biologics for the animal market. Isn't this crazy? Therefore, one must rely on press releases, the occasional peer-reviewed paper, conference notes. So this is how Robert's group is finding this stuff. They're having to kind of go around it, right? Because you can't go right to PubMed or something like that. You've got to look other ways. USDA grant and contract notifications, university websites, not blah, 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 blah. Not adequate, in my opinion, and most definitely not transparent. By federal law, the public should have open access to the results of this type of federally funded research. And there it is right there. We're funding the research, therefore we should be able to see the results, period. This is our money. In today's Substack, the state of mRNA vaccines for animal health is discussed. Citing public sources, I will review, so he goes on through that. So Bayer partners with BioNTech, so they're the ones who made the Pfizer vaccine, to develop mRNA vaccines, drugs for animal health, and this is in 2016. Bayer will partner with BioNTech to develop novel first-in-line class mRNA vaccines and therapeutics for animal health, the company said today under a collaboration whose value was not disclosed. Bayer agreed to secure exclusive rights to BioNTech's mRNA technology and intellectual property for development of mRNA vaccines for animal health applications. The company said their partnership is the first of its kind focused on mRNA vaccinations. Infectious disease vaccines is the focus of one of the 3 therapy platforms BioNTech is building. The other 2 are cancer immunotherapies and protein replacement. Protein replacement meaning how to use mRNA technology to make protein for you to eat. And what they're using for that, just I'll throw this in as an aside, are immortal cells. So there are immortal cell lines, and an immortal cell line is basically cancer. It's immortal because it just duplicates and duplicates and duplicates. And so they're using those immortal cell lines to try and develop protein for human consumption because they don't want you to eat meat. I mean, what could go wrong, right? This means that Bayer and BioNTech have been working on livestock and companion animal mRNA vaccines for over 6 years. Logic predicts that they will soon have livestock companion and mRNA vaccines and RNA therapeutics on the market. Companion, I think they're meaning, house pets, things like that. BioNTech developing new mRNA vaccines. That's 2016. Companies collaborate on a cutting-edge technology. We already talked about that. So here's one. Sequivity, custom swine vaccines. Remember, I was talking about them being customized. Did I miss why this is necessary to do this to our food? Well, their whole thing is, well, we're preventing diseases in the food. Our concern is that we will then be consuming the animals who have this mRNA in them. And whether the mRNA or the lipid nanoparticles or whatever are in there, yes, that's an issue. The other issue is if these animals end up dead or slaughtered within so many days of getting this thing and it didn't kill them, what if there's some disease process going on that we don't know about, or some kind of cellular mutation, or some kind of inflammatory? I mean, we know this happens in people, some sort of inflammatory process within the tissue structures. Would that then be dangerous to people? Well, we don't know because we're not going to study that part of it. We're just going to give it to the animal. If the animal doesn't get sick and doesn't die, woohoo, we're promoting animal health. But you do have to consider the next step of these process, because these animals are being bred for the purpose of feeding people. So you do have to then say, okay, is there anything of danger in doing that? Because the intention of these animals is for food. But no, we don't need to do that. No big deal. Merck is already selling mRNA vaccines for swine. They're not required. Remember? They're not requiring this. They're already selling them. They're customizable. They're mRNA. There's no mRNA COVID vaccines. Well, we're not talking about COVID. We're worried about mRNA. I don't care what, they make it sound like it's the COVID thing. They're now already working on mRNA flu vaccines. They're in trials. An RSV vaccine for elderly people over 60 and for infants against RSV. That's insane. What else? mRNA, Zika virus, COVID, RSV. I think there's a pneumonia one. I can't remember. There's several that are in trials right now. For whatever reason, they are selling these products as customized prescription vaccines against strains of influenza A virus in swine, porcine circovirus, rotavirus, and beyond. There's also one for respiratory syncytial virus, RSV. This is an interesting market segment. Merck's reason to limit the production of mRNA vaccines in the customized prescription market is unclear. Production facility size and scalability of the RNA product could be factors. So right now, it's not a mandated thing, but it is customizable. And if you can afford it for your herd and you want it, you can get it. This next part. RJ says, we used to live in a time when news articles did not require this level of scrutiny. You know what, RJ? I don't think we did. I think we thought we lived in a time where they didn't require this level of scrutiny. We were more trusting. But now we know, so now we scrutinize. I think the need has probably always been there. Do Not Mind Me says, this next part is very iffy. What are these supposed non-mRNA vaccines for COVID? But now they aren't mRNA, but are merely RNA. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're in that same sort of category. Would it still be in the system? Did I miss why this is necessary to do this to our... Yeah, right. Gate makes fake meat, right? And these fake meats are using these immortal cell lines, which are basically cancerous cell lines. Janik says, people did just fine years and years ago without these injections, so you have to ask why now. Yes, you do. And you have to ask why your government is pushing a vaccine on kids that the World Health Organization has now said this vaccine should not be given to children. Just like the World Health Organization said remdesivir shouldn't be used for COVID, but we continue to do it. So you have to start asking yourself this. And remind me, before we get done here, I do want to quickly go over the uncoupling of the coalition, of the World Coalition. So somebody, RJ, I'll put you in charge. RJ, would you please remind me in a minute to just discuss the uncoupling? Mount Claim, preservatives for food is used, but no data has been researched and been in food for a long time. You guys, if you just want to, when you get done here, look up the Food and Drug Administration's failure to keep our food supply safe. There's going to be a bunch of articles on that. Right. Been in food for a long time. Why Americans are so fat. Right. You've got things like high fructose corn syrup that have completely made us intolerant to our own insulin. There's just all kinds of stuff going on. So acquisition expands and complements Merck Animal's Health Strong vaccine portfolio. I'm not going to read all this, but I just wanted to let you know that there are mRNA vaccines available. It looks like they're being given to pigs. I could not find anything on cattle, but they don't have to tell you. So, then what? So he concludes here, like with the BioNTech veterinary mRNA vaccine development, Merck's development of an mRNA vaccine product started years ago. For Merck, it may have begun as early as 2015. So then he's like novel mRNA vaccine technology for prevention of bovine respiratory syncytial virus, which is very much like our RSV. So this is bovine. Let's read this one because this is cows. Bovine respiratory RSV is a significant viral pathogen of young cows that is a key component of the respiratory disease complex, leads to secondary bacterial pneumonia. I'm not going to read all this. This gets really, Robert forgets he's talking to lay people. RSV immunity also tends to wane quickly, and given the complications of field or pen-raised cattle and their stressors and other circulating diseases, and a protein vaccine may not prove highly efficacious in the real world. So they test an mRNA vaccine system they've developed that substantially lowers the price point for production animals. So what's interesting is when you go in and you read these clinical trials, they are not actually testing to see if the vaccine prevented the animal from contracting the virus when exposed. They're just doing what they did with people. They're looking to see if there is an antibody response. And if there's an antibody response, they're like, okay, it's good. Well, an antibody response does not by any means tell you whether that person will be protected from the disease or not. You have to actually give the animal the vaccine. Then you have to inoculate the animal with the virus and see if they get it or not. So like for the COVID-19 vaccine, they knew in clinical trials, and I talked about this in 2020, they knew that it wasn't preventing infection. They gave it to rhesus mac monkeys. So they gave so many in the group the vaccine. It was a small group, like 6 or 8. And then there were a couple animals in the group that they kept as a control that they didn't give it to, right? So they give the ones the vaccines. You got your control group, then they inoculate them. I can't remember whether they just swabbed, took the virus and then swabbed it up in their noses or whatever, but they inoculated them with the virus. So they waited until they all started showing symptoms, and then they killed them. That's how you should do it. So they kill them, and then they sacrifice them is what they call. Then they autopsy them, and they looked and they said the animals that had gotten the vaccine did not develop pneumonia in the lung. Okay. So I give you a vaccine, right? You guys come over, you all sit. It's just crazy. I'm just good at spotting bullshit because I was married to a cheater. I think that's why. So if you guys all come over, right? And I'm like, okay, guys, gather around. There's 10 of you. I'm going to give 6 of you. Let's do 5. I'm going to give 5 of you this vaccine. And then the other 5, we're not going to give anything. Okay. And then in these little, maybe they wait a couple days. In these little tubes, I've got cotton swabs, and on those cotton swabs is this virus, right? So I swab your nose, your mouth, maybe we make an inhaler so that you can inhale some of this. So we inoculate you with this virus. I watch everybody, and as soon as everyone starts developing symptoms, I kill them. And then I look at your lung tissue and I say, look, this person didn't develop pneumonia, therefore this vaccine worked to prevent COVID-19 pneumonia. Well, did it? You killed the animal. If you hadn't killed the animal, what you needed to do was you needed to not sacrifice the animal. You needed to have them all get those symptoms and not kill them and see what happened. Did the animals who you gave the vaccines to, that you inoculated, when they developed symptoms, did they get as sick as the other animals? Did they go on to die? Did they go on to develop pneumonia? Was the outcome different? We have no idea because they killed them all. So if you come over and I vaccinate you and then I inoculate you with a virus and then you start getting the sniffles and I kill all of you and then I harvest your lung tissue, nobody's going to have pneumonia. That doesn't make that vaccine reliable. And the thing that everybody seemed to miss was all the vaccinated animals got it. They were not protected from it. They did not have neutralizing antibodies, no matter what their antibody count was. They got it and they all became symptomatic. This is the kind of BS science they're feeding us. It's the same story I tell all the time. How many times have I said to you guys, praying for you, Sherry, honey. Hang in there, love. This is what I keep trying to tell you guys. This science is the equivalent of me having 10 of you come over, right? Stand in front of me in my front yard. I'm going to line you all up shoulder to shoulder. And I'm going to inoculate all of you with COVID-19, right? As soon as you get sick, so I got 10 of you in my front yard, 5 are my control group. The other 5 are going to get the intervention, right? And we're going to determine if the intervention prevents hospitalization or death from COVID, okay? So you're all in the front yard. It's been a couple days. You're sniffling. You're just not feeling really great. Everybody's kind of running a fever. Everybody, all 10 of you, right? So I'm like, okay, guys, today's the day that we're going to give the intervention to the, not to the placebo group, but to this other group, not to our control group. But I still want everybody to stand in the front yard. I stand you all in the front yard. I come in the house. I get my handgun. I load it. I come out and I shoot 5 of you in the head. I'm definitely never getting back on YouTube after that. I shoot 5 of you in the head. And then the other 5, I don't. And those other 5 people, they go on to develop serious COVID-19. So then I write an article that says that metal projectiles launched from a device into the skull of people who test positive with COVID-19 prevented hospitalization and death from COVID-19. Therefore, projectile to the head is a good intervention to prevent hospitalization and death from COVID-19. And that would be true, wouldn't it? That's what these studies are like. That's the quality of science. I mean, I'm telling you, that's basically what I'm reading. Well, we gave 5 of the 10 monkeys the vaccine. We inoculated 10 monkeys with the virus. As soon as all of them developed symptoms, we killed them all. And the 5 that we gave the vaccine to did not have, and I don't even know if they killed them all on the same day as soon as they got symptoms. Did they let the other 5 animals get sicker and develop pneumonia? So did they just kill the 5 that had the vaccine and like, yep, no pneumonia, and then watch the other 5 and are like, yeah, see, they developed pneumonia. Well, maybe if you hadn't killed the other 5, they would have. Yes, it's absolutely absurd. And this is the science. And they want us to trust them. I'm not trusting them. So that's all I'm going to go over on that. I just want you guys to be thinking like that. You know, I want you to be, oh, hang in, Patriot Angel, love you. We're leaving this topic. But I just want you guys to be mindful when you're reading those fact checks and, you know, just take it with a grain of salt because it's not science anymore. There's no real science anymore that I find. Okay, there's our little cows. That is just to develop that's not anything we need to worry about. This is the site that talks about the mRNA vaccines that are available for animals. We read this one. And then I had just some videos I wanted to show you. We're not going to go till, well, we are going to go till 11, decoupling. So there was some funny things I wanted to show you guys tonight because, you know, I like to end on a funny note. Okay, let me make this smaller. And I want to show you guys this video. So I have to come over here. How do I do that? Stop screen. Okay. Present. Share screen. I think I'm doing pretty good. Like yesterday I ran 102, between 101 and 102 all day long. I've had a fever for a week and a half. Today's the first day I didn't have fever. USMC, this one. Okay. This is going to blow your mind. This way. Yeah, that works. And we'll come over here and make this bigger. This is hysterical. Sorry, guys. It's just taking me a minute to get my...
I don't know. 12?
Yes. What language do the people in Idaho speak?
Potato.
How many seasons there are?
12. I don't know. 12?
Yes.
Okay, do you guys have sound? because you guys, we do this all the time, and then none of you tell me that you can't hear it. And I go back and I watch the video and I'm like, there was no sound. Okay, I've got the comments up so I can see if you guys can't hear it. Hi, Eve. Here we go.
How many seasons there are?
12. I don't know. 12?
Yes. What language do the people in Idaho speak?
Potato.
Wait, what? What language?
I don't know. The first thing that came to mind was potatoes.
How many states make up the United States? Guess a number if you don't know. 5. Yes. What continent are we on right
Do
now?
we have sound or no?
What continent?
You should be hearing it. I can hear it. Are you guys not hearing it? Sounds on. Somebody let me know if you can hear. Eve says she can hear. I'm going to go back to it. If you can't hear, put no. That way I know.
I think like North Africa.
What's 3 times 3 times 3? 18. Yes. How many cents are in $1?
How many cents are $1?
Yeah.
1, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 6.
Yes. Do you know what country we gained our independence from?
Mexico, right? No, that's so wrong. Russia.
People
no.
vote.
I don't
Give me a final guess.
know. Canada. I don't know.
Yes. Do you know what year the U.S. was founded?
I don't know this.
1827.
Yes. It's a shape with 4 sides called.
I don't know. I haven't done something with shapes since like 5th grade.
Yeah. If you had a guess.
I don't know. Like I don't. All right. I know what shapes have 4 sides, but I don't know the name for it.
Yes. Can you name 3 countries besides the USA?
Alabama.
That's 1.
New Mexico.
2.
And Connecticut.
3. It's too easy for you. What is 1/4 plus 2 dimes?
But we need to focus on drag queens in school. One guy didn't know what continent he was on.
Times.
1/4 plus.
How much money is that?
That's 65 cents. Is it? 65 cents.
Yes. Can you tell me what time this is?
Okay, I know the long one is the hour.
Yeah.
So that's 10. Oh my God.
10.
Can you believe that? Isn't that crazy, you guys? What on earth? They didn't know what continent they were on. The one little boy thought that Connecticut was a country. She can't tell time. They didn't know that 25 cents, that a quarter and 2 dimes is not 65 cents. This is crazy. This is the food. It's sad but funny. We have to change what. Well, I'm like, let's just teach them to read and be able to read a clock and do math and know what continent they live. I mean, at the very least, what continent they live on. What's the difference between a country and a state? I mean, if you go back there, they do these kind of man on the street things in schools with kids, like way back, in the 50s and 60s. And the children are incredibly, like you would think you were talking to adults. They're like, well, you have to worry about, wars in other countries because we have exports and imports. They're just really well-rounded. This is what happens when they want to teach 2 + 2 = 5. Yeah, when you're a kid that is just barely out of school and you don't even know that 3 times 3 times 3 is an 18. Wow. Okay, hold on. There's more. Nope. Any? For the love of it. It's the never-ending address. There we go. So there were some really funny things. If you guys don't follow any of the funnier channels, whoa, good Lord. Why did these girls always come up in my feed? I don't follow them. What is this called? Why are you naked? I just don't understand what's going on. I think there are like OnlyFans pages. I've just learned about these on Rumble, basically. I don't know. Like why? I don't understand why you need your boobs out. Like, I don't know what you're attempting there. Hold on. I gotta find this channel. Did you hear there? You can see all my channels that I'm subscribed to. Michael, Neil, Outlaw. Oh, I see. They're alphabetical here. They're all in different orders. If I'm on the computer, the phone, or my TV, these all are organized differently, so I can't jump right to them easy. Is it this one? Let's do this. All right. Anyway, they always have like these funny little kid videos, and so it may take a little bit to find. But there's this little girl. I think it's going to be deeper in. Anyway, give me a minute. We'll just chat. But I try to find you guys a funny video because, man, life is messed up. And I feel like before we leave, I ought to give you some assurance that, sorry, I'm still having some trouble with hoarseness. I did forget to talk about this. So when they were doing, I talked about it in my other video. I had some damage to my cranial nerves, and one of the cranial nerves controls your vocal cords. And so that is the issue I'm having with hoarseness. I didn't know how long my voice would last. So usually I can get through a whole show. I've got some issues with that anyway because of all of the intubations. But it definitely, there was a whole 2 weeks there I could barely speak. Anyway, it's this little girl and she is in the driveway and she's just so cute. But I'm going to have my friend Kay on. Kay is a VA whistleblower, and we've talked about having Kay on several times, but she is got a court case, and so we've been really careful and hesitant to do anything that might damage her standing in that case. This is the one thing I hate about Rumble is that you can't save videos. So if I forget to get the link, then good luck. I hope it's on this one. But anyway, so we're going to have Kay on. I don't know if it'll be in the next month or so because she's ready to tell her story. She's already made her decision about the court case, how she's going to go with that. And I think we can probably talk now without bringing any harm to her case. And, we may have to steer clear of a few things, but I want her to be able to tell her story. And I've been really protective of her. Because she's a friend. I think a lot of her. She's a very smart nurse, and I just didn't want to jeopardize her case. Well, crap, I'm not going to be able to find it. That's frustrating. All right, maybe it's one of the other ones. But anyway, we're going to have her on. There's Viral Hog. What's the other one? Oh, it's Rumble. Rumble staff. I'm not going to be able to find it. That sucks. I'll have to find it for you guys next time. Viral Hog is one, and there's another one that's funny. RLC Comedy. This guy. He's foul as all get out. I don't like his stuff with this guy, but his stuff just by himself, hold on, I'll show you one, is crazy. Like he decides he's going to sell his used underwear, because I guess that's a thing that women do. I don't know why. I'm actually more shocked that men buy them. I don't know why that's shocking to me. It probably shouldn't be. But anyway, he tells his dad that he's going to start selling used underwear, and his dad's not supportive of it. He doesn't have a ton of videos, so it'll be easy to find this one. Anyway, what is his name? RLC. Ryan. You guys know what his name is? Body positivity. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I hate to search on here. I totally forgot to pull these up. Good grief. It wasn't this long ago that I watched it. Not the Chelsea Handler. He started mixing these. It used to just be him, and then he had the other guy only on sometimes. This one's actually pretty funny.
I think it's kind of weird that there's male gynecologists. There's girls here. Any girls here have guy gynecologists? Why? The guys are more gentle?
Yeah.
What are the girls doing? Do they have something to prove?
I don't know. But
Is it like kind of with female cops where they got a little bit of short guy syndrome?
Don't go to Fresh and Fit. That's not even one of my channels. I gotta find the underwear one. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with Mr. Beast, but I hear there's some shenanigans going on there. I guess I will have to look into that. Oh my gosh, for the love of Pete. His get rich to tell people how to get rich is good. Here he is. I found it. It's not long even.
My name is Jordan Thompson, and I'm a male used panty seller. This is some of my work right here. These are all used, but unfortunately, due to the sexism in our society, I only make 1/1000th of what a woman makes for the same work. These are wore for 3 or 4 days. We're conditioned by society to think that buying women's panties is somehow better than buying a male's panties. When you look at articles online featuring panty sellers, there's not a male to be seen. I was ejected from a Facebook group where other used panty sellers were talking about their techniques. They called me a pervert and said this Facebook group is for women only. That's the kind of discrimination that I have to deal with every day. When I told my dad that I wanted to enter the used panty selling game, he looked at me and he said, "Shut the fuck up." He started laughing. He thought that I was joking. It was a big joke to him that a male could possibly enter this female-dominated industry. If I was a woman, would I have got the same reaction?
Anyway, that's Ryan. It's going to go to that stupid fit thing. Stop it. I hate that channel. I think Ashley was on the other night and she was like, "Oh, Fresh and Fit." And I'm like, "What? How do you know about this?" This one's good too.
Is there anyone here that got like fired from, job? What happened?
I called her a girl. I said, "Why does she get to pick the music?" And she went by he, they.
Oh, yo, Portland's as advertised. That's like something that like Fox News would say, like, and you go, "No, it can't be actually like that." If you even say the word girl, they put you in jail, and you're like, "No, really?" What did you work at in Portland?
It's just a pizza place.
Oh. So you worked at a pizza place, and you go, "Why does she always get to pick the music?"
Yeah.
And their jaws must drop to the floor, right? They couldn't fathom. They were like, "Oh my God." I didn't realize a Nazi was working at the store. Like, the guy's puking. Like, "I can't believe what I heard."
He's so clever.
I'm going to be sick. The entire staff had to take 3 personal health days after that. Did they fire you on the spot? His boss came up to him and he goes, "Listen, man, you can't do that." And you go, "Man," and he gets fired. Then his boss comes out, it's like, "Bro, that's..." Just eventually, until it's just one computer making pizzas. Just one Portland computer with a weird top hat. A top hat on a computer. Just cooking pies. Gender neutral pies. Did you get a severance package or anything like that? They kicked you right out the door. You probably said it and you're like, "Why does she get to pick the music?" They go, boom, and then this trap door just fucking slides out. You just land on a Confederate flag. They take pictures of you. Next thing, it's like, "I just got deleted Facebook. What the fuck's going on?" Your Instagram's disappearing, but my PayPal disappeared. Oh my God, no. Hello? Yeah, Bank of America? Both accounts are getting closed? I thought, and then you turn into Roseanne, "I thought it was a girl. I couldn't tell.
Anyway, that's Ryan. His man on the street stuff is I can't believe people will talk to him. He's so funny. I'm gonna lose my voice. But anyway, if you get a chance, it's Ryan RLC comedy. It's a great one. Ryan, I love your stuff, buddy. Would love to have you on as an interview. That would be super fun. If any of you have any pull with Ryan, just let me know because I'd be all over that. You should show the coctopus. I will show it to you. You guys are so funny. Look at the things you've learned from me. You didn't know about the coctopus until I came along. There it is. This is called. It's funny every time, right? It doesn't get any less. Poor Sherry was going to go to bed, and then I took her hint and changed topics, and now she's like, just let me out of it, man. No, she can't get to bed. So sorry, sweetheart. I don't know who that woman was, but boy, she showed up, didn't she? What is... Okay, none of this is about the coctopus, which is the thing that we really wanted to learn about. There it is. A starfish is turning heads with its risque appearance, closely resembling male genitalia. Look, Janik, let's go over, and we'll do this after because I've started doing this as, the things that we learned today. So yes, this is a starfish. It grows to about 27 centimeters, so it's not a big coctopus. That was good. Hurt my shoulder, but man, that was good. Its rounded tips and chubby... It's even hard to read. Its rounded tips and chubby appearance has inspired its second name as the doughboy starfish. Yeah, that's its second name. Coriaster granulatus typically has a pink color and brown papillae in the center. The species is found in tropical waters across the world, including East Africa and the Indo-Pacific region. There it goes. Great Barrier Reef, Red Sea. You guys, if you go to any of these places, I would like a picture of the coctopus, please. The species typically feeds on algae, detritus, dead animals, coral polyps, and small invertebrates. They live in shallow water, but can live as deep as 40 meters below sea surface. They are normally found around coral reefs or resting on rubble slopes. Is that it? I think that's it. There was one article that talked about it, and it went on to say something else that just killed me. But hold on. We don't care about any of this. We just want to see the coctopus. Dang it. Where did it go? There it is. It's so funny every time. The coctopus doesn't get any less, but look at the designs on the inside. I mean, look there. It's just, it's quite a little thing, isn't it? Janik's dying. Turning heads. Oh my goodness. Yes, that was a good one. Can you imagine? Well, and I'm wondering, like, where's the little slit on the end of that one? Is it deformed, or is it just all the other little guys are like looking up and this little guy's like sleeping? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, that's the coctopus. The coctopus or the porn star, people call it both. I didn't name it, so I don't have to feel guilty about using those words. But there you go. See, you guys, do you see what you get with the Nurse Penny show? It's all good. I mean, you learn so much. We have such camaraderie. What the heck happened? My whole stream died. There we go. The coctopus. I sent out an email to Jeff Ahern. Do you guys watch Jeff Ahern? It's Jeff and then Ahern is all one word. He's super funny. He's on Rumble and he's like bad at the technology like I am. And he started doing live streams. He used to just do these little news clips that were just a couple of minutes long, but now he's doing a live stream I can't remember how many days a week. And so I was trying to get hold of him, and I sent him a message, and I'm like, Jeff Ahern, you have to have me on your show because I can keep up with you comedically. And I sent him the link to the video where I mispronounced that guy's name. And it was, I think his name was McCuff or McCuck, and I called him McCooch. And so, I sent that to him. I was like, hey, you should have me on your show because I'm pretty awesome. And I said this thing. So I'm waiting to hear back. Did ScrewTube? Oh, no. I'll get a notice from ScrewTube tomorrow that tells me that I have a so many day suspension because of all the misinformations and the lies and the bigotry and the phobias that I did. I did so many phobias tonight. What was it? I mean, I'm a racist. I apparently want all trans people to die. None of these things are true. It was funny because I was talking to somebody the other day. I think it was Zach. I think I was messaging him in a thing. And they were talking about trans rights and everything. Trans rights are human rights. I agree. You have the right to do whatever you want. This is the United States. You are a free person, or, you used to be at least. And I don't care. I really don't care. If you want to wear a dress, you want to be a girl, I don't care. I don't care. I don't understand how they don't have the same rights. Like, are you as socially accepted as other people? Maybe not, but that's true for a lot of people. I have a disabled brother who, socially is not treated as well as somebody who's not disabled. We're not beating people up or rioting over it or anything. It's just the way it is. When you have an intellectual disability, people are mean to you. But a lot of people are wonderful, and you realize that not everybody is there to lift you up and affirm you, and that's what your family and close friends are for. And and you live your life, right? I mean, if my brother can figure this out, I would think everybody else could. And so I'm like, well, what rights don't you have? I just want somebody to ask that question. Of course, people are kind of hysterical, so I don't know that you're going to get an answer. But I just want, I'm like, what rights don't you have? You have the same rights I have, same constitutional rights I have. The only thing that we're not willing to give you is access to our schools. Well, I mean, I can't put some kind of slutty dress on, slit up to my hip, with my boobs hanging out of my shirt and go to the kindergarten and read to kids. They would not allow me to do that. And I've started wondering, where so many young people are really accepting of this. Like, if I went to their house to babysit their kid and had like garish makeup on and super big hair and my boobs poking out of my shirt and or maybe I was going the other route with cross-dressing and there was a big bulge in my pants, and would they be like, okay, well, here's our number, if you have any problems, we'll be at the restaurant? No, you wouldn't. And if you came home and I was half naked reading to your kid and like doing the splits erotically, which will never happen because I can't do the splits, much less do them erotically. But if you came home and I was doing that with your child sitting there in a little high chair, you would call the police and have me arrested. I don't have that right. That child has the right to be protected from that they're not to be sexualized. So I can't figure out what the argument is, because we have always had drag queens, always. It's not a gender identity. It's a fetish. And that's fine. You can have whatever fetish you want. Look, if you want to smear habanero honey on your bits and let the ants sting you because you think that is, I don't even know how I came up with something that weird, but there we go. I don't care. Do that thing. If that brings you pleasure, I don't think it's improving your standing in life. I don't think it's bringing you closer to God. I don't think it's helping you become a more self-actualized person. But I mean, if the only thing that you can think about are your genitals and the pleasure that they bring, then knock yourself out. I don't care. But right, you don't get to take over women's sports because you feel uncomfortable swimming with men. I will never understand this. A person decides that they're transgender, which is fine, and he now is a woman, which he can believe that if he wants. and that he doesn't want to swim on the men's team anymore because he believes himself to be a woman and he's uncomfortable swimming on the men's team. Well, what about all the women who believe themselves to be women, who are women, who swim on the women's team because there are women's sports that protect women because women are not, able to be competitive against most men? So why do all the women have to give up everything for the one man who wants to say he's a woman? It just doesn't make any sense. And I don't understand why women are for it. I'm not being bigoted. If you've got a good argument or this is something that you're struggling with, feel free to reach out to me. I have a lot of trans people reach out to me, gay people. We have very decent conversations. Most of them are not militant. I guess the militant ones don't want to talk to me, but tell me why that's okay. Tell me why a woman has to risk a critical injury by competing against you in a sport just because you now say you're a woman. Like, why does she no longer have a right to be protected and be safe and compete against people who are equal in skill and strength and size? I don't know. Sounds weird to me. Be on any team you want, have men, women, and trans scores. Right. I'm totally cool with trans teams. You can be a trans woman and still compete on the men's team. You did it all those years. I don't understand why you need to change now. Or just make trans sports. I just don't think you'd have enough people to stock trans sports. I mean, eventually they will because they're pushing it so much. And it's a very trendy thing for kids. And what's funny is I was thinking about this earlier. It used to be, cross-dressing is one thing, but like being trans, it used to be if you were trans, you went ahead and got the surgery. Now you can just say that you're the other sex and then next day be a different sex because you're fluid. The whole thing's super confusing to me. And then they get offended when we're confused and we don't know what to say. But they won't win. Right. So is the point that this is the thing. No one is stopping trans people from competing in sports. If you are a trans woman, you can continue to compete in the men's sport that you've been competing in. That's absolutely fine. You don't get to win just by virtue. You don't get to change teams just because you can't win on this team. Right? So I'm like, if you've been swimming, like Leah Thomas had been swimming with the men's team for 2 years, I don't understand why she couldn't finish swimming with the men, because she identifies as a woman and she wants to swim with the women. Well, people want a lot of things. I can't just go to the elementary school science competition and do some great science project and say, I identify as a child. People are doing this now. And therefore I deserve to win. And I bring all of my knowledge to this and I'm competing against some second grader. That's not fair. But we now have people who are identifying as children who want to be allowed to have access to, we knew this was going to, I didn't ever think it would go to where it is now. I wouldn't have believed it, but now, oh, bless her heart. Sherry says she was intubated for 17 days and couldn't talk. That's terrible. It's worth it now that I've learned about the condom. Sherry, I'm here to serve. But anyway, I just, like I said, I'm not transphobic. Phobic means you have an irrational fear of something. I'm not afraid of trans people. Just like I'm not afraid of pedophiles, I just don't want you around my kids is all. And this is the other thing. I don't understand why drag queens suddenly have this desire to read to children. This was never a thing. We've had drag queens since Shakespearean times, okay? Probably before that. I don't understand why now it is a right for them to go into schools and to read to children. And if you are really worried about childhood literacy, I don't understand why you need to be erotically dressed when you do it. Like if I'm worried about literacy, I can go dressed just like I am to a school and read to the children, right? I don't need to make it sexual. I don't need to make it about me at all. I don't need to wear a dress and have it low cut and slit way up. And I imagine if I did that, they would say something to me. But it's like there's no rules if you're trans. You've got a whole month that celebrates you. Like, I don't know what more you want. I don't have a whole month that celebrates mothers or women or maybe there is a women's history, but I mean, just in general, not just history. So I don't understand why you get that. I don't get that. I don't get a whole month. I identify as a woman. Does that mean for a month I can go naked in the streets and I can commit crimes and I can just walk into men's locker rooms and expose myself to little boys? No. If I do it, it's a crime. So it is unequal. You do have more rights than me. You have more protections. It just is true. I mean, maybe not the things you want, but I mean, none of us in this room can go be naked, let's say pick July as straight people nudity month. I guarantee you they'd put a stop to that. I really enjoyed the trans show in Vegas. I would now, after all this, I really enjoyed the trans show in Vegas. I wouldn't now after all this nonsense. Was it a trans show or a drag show? Because like they're equivocating being dressing in drag as being trans. They're not the same thing. That's cross-dressing or trans. We used to call it being a transvestite. That's just a person who has a sexual fetish about wearing the other sex's clothes. We've always had those people. There was always something that was done privately and that was shameful if it was found out. And I'm not wanting to shame anybody. So if that's the thing, if you want to wear your dress in public and go to the store and be called Susan, that's fine. I don't care. You don't get to tell me what pronoun to use because generally I use pronouns when you're not around, and you don't get to tell me how I have to talk when you're not with me. That's not okay. And I can't look, there are 2 pronouns. I can't keep track of the rest. Like, can you there's over 200 of them, and I'm supposed to remember what you're called and what your name is. And what if you're like, I want to have this conversation with somebody that can answer it. Like, so what if you're gender fluid? So if you're gender fluid, like I could misgender you, would you be then offended? Because like, what if you decided that, today you feel like a female, and you guys, I'm not making up weird hypotheticals. This is actually happening. People are getting irate by being misgendered. How many of you had a little boy that had curly hair, right? And you let it grow out because you love the curls. And maybe you had him like in a light green or a yellow t-shirt or whatever. And somebody called your little boy a girl. Nobody lost their minds over this. This has been going on since the dawn of man. And nobody got upset about it. They were like, oh, that's Michael. He's our little boy. But people confuse it a lot because he's got that long curly hair. And it was never any big deal. Or girls could like boy things and boys could like girl things or even prefer them. And we didn't think that made them anything other than a boy that liked girl things or a girl that liked doing boy things. And then we finally came to the point of understanding that there aren't girl and boy things, right? That there are toys and kids play with a variety of toys, and playing with a particular toy or preferring a toy doesn't have anything to do with you as a person, right? You just, it just doesn't, right? I was a little girl that loved to play with trucks and climb trees and play in the mud and build forts and get in fist fights. And today my fate might be quite different. I identify as 12, so you can win races, right? I always got picked last. I was never good at sports. Now's my chance. I really enjoyed the drag. Sorry, my bad. I just can't with the pronoun thing. I won't either. Well, this is the thing. You don't get to, just because you have some realization about yourself or you and a group of people have a realization does not mean that you can then force that on everybody else. And it's not even that, it's that you want, it's like forced affirmation. Like I have to affirm you. I don't have to affirm RJ for anything. RJ doesn't suddenly get to demand that I affirm choices. This is the only group that gets to do that. Like, I don't get to tell you what you call me when I'm not around. If I'm not around and you call me a bitch, there's nothing I can do about that. That's your right as a human. It's not nice, but you can do it. Why would I care? Right? So I'm like, I don't understand why you care that we call you she or he when you're not around, because you're not around. Like, why is that upsetting you? That seems like a huge level of control to want to have. We had fluid people that changed their pronouns in the hospital for different admissions. Well, it used to be a psych issue. Like, what does that do to the charting? Because I know, like, when I chart, when people come in, they'll get a new admission number, but it's the same patient. And so when you're pulling up that chart, I guess the chart is just conflicting. I would sometimes get called miss in my headbanging days by accident. Right. Did you, kill yourself or jump off a bridge, or no, you just lived your life. Isn't it's different. Trans woke ideology never bugged me until it started being crammed. Right, that's it. I'm like, you can do your thing. That's fine. Everybody is not required to affirm you, and people aren't going to affirm you. People will always disagree with what you're doing, no matter what you're doing. And I just, you can know something by its fruit. So I was looking today just at different things, and they were showing images of people in the trans community, and they have whatever, the strange colored hair and multiple piercings, which all of the piercings, that is self-harm. That's like people who cut on themselves. You've got a whole body covered in tattoos, that's self-harm. And you're functional, so we don't say anything about it, but it is self-harm. You are harming yourself to get that look, and that's fine if that's what you're into. But you've got people who cut themselves as a way to cope, and that's self-harm. So if cutting yourself as a way to cope is self-harm, how is removing your genitals as a way to cope not self-harm? Like, none of this makes sense. We had huddles, and the SW would say, this admission, this person was X and now prefers Y for this. Well, here's another question for you, because it's getting to the point of being absurd. There are, in the literature where like the diversity, equity, and inclusion literature for healthcare providers, they're now debating back and forth. Like, if you have a trans man, would actually be a woman, yes, who comes to the hospital insisting he's having a miscarriage, or that he's got some kind of issue with an ovary, how do you address that? Because you can't tell that person that's not the issue. It can't be the issue because you're a man and don't have an ovaries, or that you don't have a uterus. There's no way for you to become pregnant. Like, they're trying to figure out how to handle that. And I'm thinking, what do you mean you're trying to figure out how to handle it? The way you handle it is, I know that you hold the personal belief that you are a female. Physiologically and genetically, in your chromosomes, you are a man. But I do respect that you believe you're a female. I just want to assure you and reassure you that what's going on with you definitely isn't a miscarriage. It's definitely not an ovarian cyst or anything like that, because you don't possess those particular body parts. The things that I would be concerned about are, do you have an appendicitis? Because you do have an appendix. Is there a problem with your prostate? Is it some kind of intestinal problem? So we need to look at those things and do some tests to determine that. That's not what they're doing. They're like trying to figure out how you affirm that this person is a woman when they're not a woman and they're having a male issue. Well, that's absurd. We can't do that. This has got to stop, because you can't do that. This has gone too far. You've got archaeologists now saying that they're not going to gender identify remains, because that's not right, because you don't know, or sex identify, because you don't know how that person identified in life. Okay, the world still has to spin, right? Here's what you do. You find some remains, and they are so far decomposed that you can't determine. So you do the testing on it, and it comes back that the chromosomal analysis comes back, genetic DNA, that this person was a male, and you announce that you found a male at this address on this date, seemed to have died of this approximately this long ago. And then somebody will come up and say, we had a sister who, or we had a brother named Bob who was trans, who identified as Barbara, and he matches that description. People will still be able to figure it out, but it's gotten to the point now where they're not going to gender. They're talking about not gendering remains, because it wouldn't be right to the person, because they may not have identified as that sex in life. And I'm thinking to myself, just one little question. They're dead, right? They said, you found remains. Oh, yes. Those remains can't hear you. I mean, if they can, it's not an issue anyway. So you could go ahead and tell the truth about what they are, and identify them scientifically. And if their family wants to say, yes, we found Barbara, then that's what they can say. Right. That's it. That's it, Janet. It's just so ridiculous that it's so absurd. And this is the thing. You like, we had that whole shooting the other day, and we're having a lot of shootings by people with mental illness. And I believe that some trans people are struggling with mental illness. It's like any other kind of body dysmorphia or dysphoria where, I've worked with people who've been in the hospital for eating disorders. You'll have a little gal that is 5'5" and weighs 74 pounds, and you cannot convince her that she is not overweight. And even if, like, they've done these things, I remember them doing these things in psych, where they would take a woman who had some kind of eating disorder, generally anorexia, and they would have her stand up, and they would cast light behind her, and there would be paper on the floor, and then they would have her trace her own shadow, or have somebody trace it for her, and they would show it to her, and she would be mortified. She's like, see, I'm fat. And they're like, no, look how thin you are on that shadow. And she can't see it. All she sees is fat. So this isn't a new thing. You have people who are convinced they're ugly and they're not. You have people who are convinced they're fat when they're grossly malnourished. This has always been a thing. And we want to love these people and help them. Then you throw hormones in. So now you've got a mental illness. Like with this trans shooter, I'm really wondering, was she on testosterone? We know that testosterone supplementation can cause people to be aggressive. We know that antidepressants, which people who have mental illness are often on, antidepressants and antipsychotics can cause aggression. And this is something we need to look at. This is documented. So we need to know, like, what was the manifesto of the Tennessee shooter? They told us they'd show us, and they won't show us. We know the person was trans, so therefore was suffering with some mental illness. That's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not othering that person because of it. It's sad. But we can't tell lies about it. The reality is that person was a man or girl. I can't remember what they were now. It was Audrey. I can't remember. The whole thing is so confusing, and it's meant to be. They've run into that reporting crimes. Says, do not mind me. Police have been reluctant to mention race. So how is someone to know whether to report? Exactly. We've had that with shooters where they say, a man was seen leaving the building. He's approximately 5'10", and he's got a unicorn spike coming out of his head. And we're not going to mention that because we don't want to otherize unicorns. I'm like, that would like make it so much easier to identify the person. They don't care. Male hormones will make you aggressive. Yeah, okay, look. So after my hysterectomy, generally when you have a hysterectomy, I had a complete hysterectomy, your hypothalamus will still make some of your sex hormones. Mine did not. So women make a certain amount of testosterone, just like men make a certain amount of estrogen. And my testosterone level was undetectable. And you need testosterone. See, my concern is like, what long-term health problems are these people going to have? Because giving somebody opposite sex hormones, your hormones do way more than just sexualize, right? This is why I worry about endocrine disruptors in pregnancy, women taking Tylenol. Tylenol is a huge endocrine disruptor, and every obstetrician thinks it's water and tells pregnant women they can take it like crazy. We know it's an endocrine disruptor. It's a certain point during the pregnancy, the brain, based on the gender, starts secreting the proper hormones so that the genitalia will develop appropriately, right? So if it's a boy, testosterone happens and testicles form and then are dropped down, penis is formed, all this stuff, right? Well, we are now using endocrine disruptors in pregnant women. Plus, there are so many natural endocrine disruptors. But, you've got pregnant women that are told they can take Tylenol every 4 hours. And I'm like, even though we know that those women are more likely to have a child with autism, ADD, eczema, and that it is an endocrine disruptor. So I'm curious to know, is there some sort of link between some of these kids who are opposite identifying? Was their mother heavily exposed to endocrine disruptors during pregnancy? I would just be curious to know. And they've done some studies where they're looking and they're like, well, we've tested the testosterone levels of these male people who feel like they're female and their testosterone levels are normal. Well, they may be normal now, but were they normal in pregnancy when the brain was developing? Did they get that dose, or was there a disruption in the hormones and their brain didn't get soaked in the right hormone and now they're having this dysphoria? But that's stuff we can't talk about. RJ says, science strikes again. She went into the school wearing one color of tennis shoes, and when they showed her remains, yeah, I saw that. But what do you do with that? I don't think that's the biggest part of whatever's going on there. Nurse Penny, glad you have a working shoulder. I don't have a working shoulder, but hi, Hans, I miss you. But I am sitting here keeping it still. You guys have seen I've done very little. So if Don yells at me, I'm referring him back to you guys and telling him that I was really good. And I just see my arm is resting on this thing and I'm just moving the hands, and I'm allowed to can move the hands. All right, guys, it's 11:42. I'm going to completely lose my voice. I've got some things coming up I wanted to tell you about. They're kind of in the future. I will be doing an interview with the Asheville Wisdom Exchange on my near-death experience. And I believe that one is in July, but I've got some other stuff coming up before that. July, it's the 19th. I think it's during the week. Nope. July something, 17th. Oh, for the love of Pete, I just put this in my calendar, 15th. Apparently I'm not doing this thing. Lies, I've lied to you. Okay, July 5th at 7 p.m., I will be doing a talk on my near-death experience for the Asheville Wisdom Exchange. And the address, I think you could probably go here and sign up so that you could watch it, is www.ashevillewisdomexchange.org. And so I think you can go there. I sent her my bio and headshot. And so maybe you can get involved in watching that. I'm not sure how they do their memberships. Also do I have another one coming up? I've got there's several coming up in May. I'm going to be on the, I think it's called the Amazing People podcast. I've got to reschedule that one. But I don't know, there's like 5 coming up. So I need to get a calendar up on the webpage so that you guys can look and see where I'm going to be doing talks. Love you, Penny. Did you decouple? I don't know what that means. From what? Well, that is the deal right there. You have to ask, was any of this real? Exactly. Thank you, Penny. Great show. Have a great weekend and be safe. You too, Janik. I'm glad to see you here. I've enjoyed talking to you in the other chats. You're very kind. Hans says, been a long time. Next stream, I'll be here. I put a few videos up you may not have seen. Hans, can I just click on your name and go to those? Because I went to the channel thing and I must have got it wrong because I could not. Hold on, I'm copying your address here. I couldn't get it to come up. And I'm like, okay, I must have done some, Rumble's not super forgiving if you don't know the exact, hold on, note cards. There it is. No, not notepad, sticky notes. It's not familiar. It's not forgiving when you're trying to look for something if you don't spell it exactly right. Like I was looking for Matt Kors the other day and I did his second name first, and it couldn't find him. Hold on, gotta add a note here. I think that's right. You asked me to remind you to decouple. Oh crap, I forgot what I was going to tell you. They're starting to break apart. I can't remember what that was in reference to. Doggone it. Story of my life. Paste. There we go. I am simply shocked. I am untouched by Gestapo. Haven't paid. Yikes. Well, Hans, they'll let my ex-husband went for quite a while not paying his federal taxes, and eventually they caught up with him. Typing in MAGA Hans works. It still comes up under MAGA Hands? All right, hold on. But if I just click on your name, I should be able to get to it. What's interesting is in the other chats, if someone is a content creator, you see a little like a symbol or something by their name. Like there's one by mine if I chat in somebody else's live stream. But I can't see those. And I know Hans has got a channel. There's a couple. There was somebody else here. Janik, do you have a channel? Maybe there was somebody here earlier that I was thinking of that has a channel and I thought it was strange. Patriot Angel, maybe? I can't remember. Anyway, it's interesting because I cannot see those little icons in my Rumble rant. Also on my Rumble rant, you know how on the other ones at the bottom it'll say like become a subscriber for $5 a month. I don't see that on mine either. No, I had that symbol before Zach. The YouTube or Rumble assigns them. Zach doesn't. Not in channels, but type into the video search. Okay. Well, you get one if you're a content creator. So, you'll get a little symbol after your name if you're a content creator. Then you get one, I think, if you're like a regular donor. But I've got like 2 symbols that I don't know what they mean that come up behind my name in other people's chats. So, it's always a guessing game on Rumble. You never know like what's going on. So I've had money sitting in my Rumble account, not much, like $150 for months. And I can't get it out. And I sent an email to Rumble, I want to say a week and a half ago. I'm like, hey, how can I get my money? And they're like, oh, it'll automatically cash out. And I'm like, well, you say that, but it doesn't. And so I told them, and I'm still waiting, and you get an answer that's like not an answer. Their customer, you guys, Rumble, thank you so much for everything you do, but your tech support is awful. The people are not friendly. They're very curt and short with you. So if you're not like a tech person, they'll use tech language I don't understand. I get much better customer support through, like if I need something from StreamYard or any other site. You guys, I think if like you have 100,000 subscribers, they're helpful. But if you're just me with 1,500, I can't get any decent help or timely help. It's really frustrating. It may be the creator assigned you a symbol. No, that's not how it works. Because I had the symbol before, we don't go through and give you guys symbols. I have no way to do that. Like if I click on you, I can mute you, and that's it. Mute user for 5 minutes for this live stream forever. Manage. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no manage isn't even an option. Tom Terrific, it was Awaken with JP. I can't see those chats in real time if you come in through the I think if you come in through the app, you can't leave a comment. But yeah, I have no way of, let me look here. Enable slow chat, hide chat, pop out chat. Let's do that. That just gives me another screen. I don't see any of your symbols. They busy. Rumble is blowing up. Yeah, they are busy. I do need some basic things. Like I need to be able to save videos. I need to be able to set up. Well, crap. Where'd my live go? Pop in. Okay. I need to be able to save a video. I need to be able to have a playlist. I need them to stop toggling me when I'm commenting, replying to people's comments. Like they only let you reply at a certain speed, even if it's your channel. What else do we need? I need to be able to follow somebody from a video. So like if I see a video and I click on it to watch it, you can't subscribe to that channel. Like if you're doing it on your TV, I have to then get out, go to search, type in that person's channel name, go to their channel, and then subscribe. That's a problem. We need to be working on that. I know they're like the symbols are great, but they're not, doesn't help anybody with anything. Like it doesn't, I don't even know what they mean. None of us, we're all guessing as to what they mean, Rumble. So yeah, that's cute, but it's not, we need help with the functional parts, like getting paid. You guys not using technical terms in our, like when we go through to look at CSV, I don't know what that is. I type it in, I get 4 different, it's just not, it's really frustrating. And I'm never going to be able to talk to anybody who can do anything about it, I guess. But these are simple things. I'm like, look, I realize you're coding and you're writing programs and stuff, but the rest of us are just normal people who wandered over here from YouTube or Facebook. Most of us are not, huge and know how all of this works. So we really need you to use just regular, normal human words, not abbreviations and all of that. But anyway, I don't know how to express those complaints. And I am grateful for Rumble giving us this platform, but I definitely have some suggestions it would be nice if they would listen to. But, put that in one hand and crap in the other one, as my dad would say, and see which fills up first. Do not mind me says, I don't like their autoplay. All of a sudden you get a random video. It doesn't even show who the creator is. If you like it and you want to join. Right. I mean, you get that on YouTube. Like you'll be watching a video and then when it goes off, you're in the kitchen or whatever, and another one will start playing. But at least if I like that video, I can save it. I can save it to a playlist. I can subscribe to the channel. That kind of stuff. So, and on YouTube, when I'm responding to people's messages, I can type as fast as I want and I don't have to stop and wait 5 minutes before I can answer another question. It just really slows me down when I'm trying to work. And as the channel grows, I'm sure it's more of an issue. This is why a lot of people don't answer their comments. So you get these big people and you think, oh, they don't answer their comments just because they're a big channel. Probably part of it, but the other part of it is probably that, they answered 3 or 4 really quick and then they got toggled and had to wait 5 minutes and they're like, I'm not doing that. First, I can't read what that says. Hold on. Somebody's joined from YouTube. First last. Hi, Penny. Hi, first last. How are you? Welcome. You're a little late. We're getting ready to leave, so you're going to have to watch it on rewind. But anyway, if you guys have any other suggestions for improving Rumble, feel free to leave those in the comments and I will forward them on and we'll see what we can find out. Maybe I can get assigned a person. Yeah, I know you can. Yeah, it does. It totally slows my roll because you're trying to get through and I want to interact with my people. Like I said, the community is the most important part of this for me. So it's important for me to answer them and answer them timely. And when it starts making me wait 5 minutes, I'm like, okay, I got other stuff to do. I can't wait 5 minutes. That would then take me an hour to get all these posted. Getting indignant, especially with money, helps. Just keep saying, I need my money. Can you get me my money? If no, transfer me. Well, you can't talk to anybody, honey. No. There's no conversation. You have to send an email. Oh, I'm totally getting kicked off YouTube tonight. And they can have the total family unfriendly double middle finger. I'm just over it at this point. It's not just them. It's the whole culture of doing that sort of thing. And when you're only getting 50 or 60 views, I'm like, how am I getting more views? I think my last live stream view has over 1,000 watches. And if you go over to YouTube, I think it's got 25. So I'm like, I was doing great until I got toggled that first time for forgetting to turn off the Nurse Penny portion of the show on YouTube. And that was just a warning, but they won't let me do it. Thanks for coming. Yes, so if you're on YouTube, you're probably not ever going to be able to see me on YouTube again. So make sure you come over to Rumble. You can just go into the search and look for Nurse Penny and you will find my channel. Because I'm imagining after tonight, I'm going to have a strike on YouTube and you're not going to be able to see next week's thing. I may be able to still post a video. I don't know. But I guess if anybody watches, well, they'll take this down so you won't know. So I'm not sure how to fix that. I may have to just put it on. I may just have to comment on one of the videos and then tack it to the top so people can see that I got thrown off YouTube. What? I'm going to get thrown off YouTube for talking about the things I talked about tonight. EvoMer05. You're not allowed to talk about all this stuff. So I'm sure I'm going to get a strike on YouTube. In fact, I'll probably just go on YouTube tonight and take this down. Maybe go to TikTok. Yeah, that's not happening. I don't need to be spied on by the Chinese. Good night, Mount Claim Buddy. I'm thinking about you, okay? And you are definitely still in our prayers. You just let me know. You've got my email. Let me know if you need anything. All right, guys. That's all I've got for you. I will see you next Friday. I've thought about doing some earlier shows. I've thought about doing a Sunday show because there's not much to watch on Sunday, and it might help me get my numbers up a little bit. Don't take it down. Private it instead. Well, if I private it, nobody can see it. So what's the difference? Uploaded all but one video here. So it must be that one. But I say some outrageous crap here. Been up for months. Huh? If you take it down, you can't appeal. It doesn't matter. You don't win the appeals anyway. I've tried appealing it. And even if you take it down, you can appeal. It just doesn't matter. Tell them you are trans. That will fix everything. was some well-placed humor. That was a good way to bring it around. You've got a talent there, my friend. That's funny. They treat it as an admission of guilt. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if you take it down, if you don't take it down, like I appealed the last one and I'm like, what did I say that was incorrect? And they're like, you violated our terms of service. I'm like, right, but by saying what? What part of it? And then they just sent me a link to my own video. I'm like, well, I know the video. I watched it. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Nobody wins the appeals anyway. Like maybe if you're a Crowder or something, you can win the appeal, but most often they don't. And I'm just not playing that game with YouTube. So, you know, if they take me down, they take me down. Most 90% of my interaction is here on Rumble anyway. Yeah, I mean, they've been like that for a while. I mean, and talk to Red Pill 78 about all the money they stole from him, jerks. And that's the thing is, like, I feel like when I find out a company has wronged a friend like that, that is enough for me, because I'm so loyal to my friends, to say, you know what, screw you. I only actually started the YouTube channel because the viewership was so much better. There's so many more people there, and I wanted to point them to Rumble. So I would just do my life from a near-death perspective here, and then direct everybody to Rumble with the goal of eventually pulling everybody to Rumble. But there have been 2 larger creators who took down videos and got told there was no appeal options because they did. I don't know. I know Salty takes down his videos the night he does them. So he would be on YouTube and, you know, he cuts it off YouTube. And when he cuts off YouTube, they actually take down the video, and they still gave him a strike. And he's like, okay, well, what video are you referring to? Because he had already taken it down. So what are you striking, right? And he said, well, just send me a link to the video that you took down so that I can look at it and see what it was that I did. And then they told him, they're like, well, you know, we deleted the video, or no, we can't find the video, because he had deleted it that night. And they still let the strike stand. So even though he had deleted his own video, he was still getting a strike. I'm like, how are you giving him a strike when the video's not even up? It's total crap. I am on Rumble. I'm just explaining to the people on YouTube why they probably will not be seeing me on YouTube from here on. And they won't know because this video will end up getting taken down. Yes, within minutes. There you go. Rebecca, I haven't seen you in forever. Since we both had COVID from the very beginning, I have had COVID, flu A, flu B for 9 months, then have had COVID 3 times after that, a total of 5. Good night. Did you get the shot or something? What is going on with you? YouTube is asshole. I cannot argue with that. Rebecca says, so good to see you. Sorry I missed the live. That's okay. You can still watch it after. And you could still leave me comments. Yeah, that's a lot. But your lab work was like crazy messed up, wasn't it? You definitely need to have your D3 checked, a reduced glutathione level checked, B12, thiamine, iron, total iron binding capacity, your thyroid level, so your TSH, T3, T4, reverse T3 and T4, TPO antibodies, that kind of stuff. YouTube's ass was so right on, I agree. What else? I'm trying to think of something else is going on, but you were having like some blood issues and catching everything. It's so funny. You guys will tell me stuff about your personal health, and I, like Zach, my friend, I don't think he'll mind me saying this, Red Pill 78 had mentioned that he had trouble with dry eyes probably 6 months ago. And I'm still, what could be causing Zach's dry eyes? What kind of interventions could we try? I just can't, my brain just cycles on that stuff. Pitbullosaureo Rex says, I insist you should tell them you are trans to YouTube. That will fix it. Well, I don't think they'll believe it after seeing the video is the thing. Where did flu go in 2020? Have we got its passport yet? Yeah, I don't think flu went anywhere. My theory is that flu didn't go anywhere, or that flu is totally controllable by the NIH. Sherry says, I'm new to these live chats, so I'm not sure if you've covered this, but I loved your NDE story and I have a question. Sure. Is there a time that it's appropriate to ask you? You can ask whenever you want, Sherry. Just throw it on out there. We kind of saved this sort of end time for, just random questions. People will have health questions, or they'll have seen something and that I did earlier and want more details. So yeah, we do that kind of at the end. This little hair, look at that. They're like little hair arrows. They're all pointing this way. I don't know what's over there, but my ear, I guess. And you know what's funny? I was so frustrated over losing 11 pounds in 10 days because I've just been so sick with this stupid shoulder thing that I'm like, shouldn't my clothes be fitting better? Like, what exactly is going on when you lose 10 pounds? And granted, I've got a lot more to go. Well, not a lot, maybe like 30 more. But I was really disappointed when nothing fit any differently. And I'm like, where is the 10 pounds that left? It all seems like it's right where I left it. So I don't know what's going on there. It's like when you lose, you don't lose weight, but you get smaller. Like you don't lose weight, but you can wear a smaller shirt or a smaller pants. I don't understand what's going on with that. And there is no scientific explanation that has satisfied me. They're like, oh, because you're putting on muscle. No, I'm not. There's no way I'm putting on muscle. I'm not doing crap. Even when I lost all that weight, I'm like, there's no way I'm putting on muscle. So that's not the answer. And there are scales that will detect your level of muscle and your level of body fat. And those scales would show my body fat declining, but my weight staying the same. I'm like, that defies science. If I am having less mass, how do I not then have less weight? And no one has ever, they give you like I said, those BS answers. They're like, oh, you're putting on muscle. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not putting on muscle. I'm just as jiggly as I can be. Do not mind me, says another YouTube trick, according to large creators, is to talk about controversial topics more than 2 hours into the streams. Well, it's not that they scan, they have an algorithm that does it. So, I always waited at least an hour in and still. Mexico beat COVID-19 in 2022. More Mexicans died from heart issues than COVID. Wait, what? Well, Africa did great with COVID. So that's interesting because they didn't vaccinate. Why is it women lose weight first in their boobs? Not everybody does. I know women that have lost a lot of weight, like 70, 80, 100 pounds and didn't lose crap off their boobs. And they really wanted to because they were huge and hurting their backs. And so I know a lot of women that have lost a lot of weight and then gone on to have breast reductions. They used to come to our floor quite a bit. We'd have women who had weight loss surgery or, had cancer and lost a lot of weight or something and still had, H size or G size boobs. And they would come in to get a reduction because it was hurting their back so much. Flu is psychological. Okay. We make us sick and school shooters are being activated. Oh my. What is that person doing? Lou animates us. You're getting ready to be muted, my friend. You're messing up my chat. Q. Okay. Maybe they're going to stop that now. I don't think flu is psychological since we can measure illness in people. We can check a procalcitonin level. We can check a white blood count. So there's that. Oh, here we go, troll. I know they're so late. You'd think the trolls could be more prompt. Maybe they did it on accident, like sometimes people will type something in and it won't pop up. And so they'll hit enter several times and then it'll all of a sudden hit. So I'm not going to assume it's a troll. We'll wait and see. And then if it is a troll, we will do what we do to all trolls, which is take them outside, hang them upside down from their feet by a hook on a tree. And then we do that slice like right down the belly. You got to get the guts out because if you're going to eat them, you don't want the entrails in there. So we get all that gut out and then proceed with the butchering and we have us a nice troll. I mean, remember the last troll cookout we had, you guys? It was so good. We had so much fun, played cornhole, threw horseshoes. It was a good day. And that was one tasty troll. So maybe they have Tourette's, right? It could be anything. Maybe they stutter. Sherry says, oh, Sherry, were you going to ask a question, honey? You can totally do that. The other way to do that too is if you watch any of the talks that I do, and I'm going to get those up on the website. I'm going to reach out to Rhonda and ask her if she can put those up for me. But I'm gonna at those chats where I talk about my near-death experience specifically. I always have a Q&A so people can ask questions. So that's another way. You can watch several of those. It doesn't cost anything to watch them and ask questions then. Rhonda says, did they, look at that cute smile, did they ever find out what chronic fatigue syndrome is? My guess is that chronic fatigue syndrome is actually post-viral vagal neuropathy because most of these people, Lou, what are you doing there, bud? Not spelling well, that's for sure, unless these are some acronyms we all need to learn. Quinav. That's beautiful. Poetic. So most people, it seems like they develop chronic fatigue. Some people have chronic Epstein-Barr virus that keeps reactivating. So that's one thing I always suggest that people try to have checked. There's also just like general inflammation. A lot of people think they have chronic fatigue syndrome or fibromyalgia, and what's really gone on is they've been started on a statin for their cholesterol, and then that's causing all kinds of body pain, and people do not realize it's the statin that's doing it. That is a very common effect from statins. So I always try to problem solve with people. Han says, truly, I believe we're about to enter a new age, living through... hold on, I'm going to scroll back because our poor friend with Tourette's here is taking up space. Truly, I believe we're about to enter a new age, living through God's third book. I think we can float. Everything has been lies. The truth shall set us free. I agree. Akami, could be. Is it possible to get POTS from the backs? Absolutely. You can get POTS. POTS, for anybody who doesn't know, is postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome or postural orthostatic tachycardic syncope. I've heard it said both ways. Syncope is fainting. And what happens is when the person changes positions, they'll all of a sudden develop a really fast heart rate. Sometimes their blood pressure will drop and they'll pass out. Or it can feel like anxiety, like you're breathless and your heart is racing. Yes, and there are things that we can do for POTS because generally POTS is a vagal issue. Chronic fatigue syndromes, parents should have beat you. Oh, that's terrible. But yeah, so if you're struggling with POTS, first thing I would do would be increase sodium in your diet because that will help keep your blood pressure up. Definitely increase your fluid volume because if your fluid volume is higher, then there's more volume in the blood vessels and that will keep your blood pressure up and settle your heart rate down. So if you're having problems with POTS, email me because it can be a different set of symptoms for different people, but there are definitely things that we can do to help. I have POTS, it's part of a mast cell issue. And we think that a lot of people who have POTS actually have a mast cell activation issue that has not been diagnosed. Gee, honey, we gotta mute you because you can't be good. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to mute you for 5 minutes and then maybe you'll feel better and you can join us productively. My son-in-law has suffered for 3 years post-vax and just got diagnosed this week. Did they do a tilt table to diagnose him? How did they get him diagnosed with POTS? Because I would want to make sure, like I would want a EKG to make sure he doesn't have atrial fib. There's all kinds of things that can look like POTS that aren't POTS, so we definitely want to rule those out because those can cause problems. How are your 3 subscribers doing? You know, it's so funny. I always say I don't generally have to deal with the trolls because the people in my chat who I love so much generally do it. He just got to work up. Like, yeah, RJ, message me and we'll discuss this. Had it yesterday, okay? And you can like send me any labs or anything like that and we'll look at it. Generally, POTS should be diagnosed by a cardiologist, so hopefully that's who did the workup. Rhonda says, oh, we talked about that one. Sherry never did answer her question or ask her question. Maybe she fell asleep. Sherry, if you're still watching and there's something you want to ask me that, you know, you want just to do privately, just send it to me in an email and I'll answer you. Hans, guess who missed it? The Mayo Clinic. It doesn't surprise me. POTS gets missed a lot. It can take people a long time to get diagnosed. Playing with our structure is the last sin. That and opening of the Hellgate. CERN. Yeah, CERN's crazy. You know, we should do a deep dive into CERN. I'm sure they've been done, but it would be fun to get. Hans, before you got here earlier, we were talking about Justice Scalia and them finding succinylcholine in his body, which is a paralytic that would have caused him to suffocate. And so I want to pick out some issues as we go along and issues come up and decide to deep dive those issues as a group. So people who are really interested in whatever that thing is and want to go down that rabbit hole, we can get on Google Docs and do it together and kind of use the form that I use to deep dive things. And then everybody can fill in information. And then, so you're kind of crowdsourcing a deep dive is what it is. It's really fun. Neuro. Yeah, I'd just be curious to see the workup. But I mean, I'm glad he went to neuro. Neuro can definitely diagnose it. I would think they would do a tilt table test, hopefully. What symptoms is he having? I mean, is he having fainting? Or a lot of times people get misdiagnosed with an anxiety disorder. Interesting, Stephen Crowder had he had an issue where his rib cage was curved and was caving in on his heart. And he kept feeling breathless and having these heart sensations, and they were treating him for anxiety attacks. And it turned out he had this huge structural problem. And I'm like, why would you assume something psychological before you rule out everything physiological? That's crazy. And they do it all the time. You know, you go in and you're like, I just don't have any energy and I just lay around. I don't feel like doing anything. And they're like, oh, you're depressed. They don't check a B12. They don't check a complete thyroid panel. They don't check a vitamin D level. There's all kinds of things. They don't look at your medicines to see, if that might be causing the problem. Like, so for years, I took a drug called Tramadol for my rheumatoid arthritis because I cannot take Tylenol because it has a very bad effect on my liver and I'm allergic to NSAIDs. And so I would take one a day. Well, years down the road, I started having really crazy high blood pressures, like 174 over 120. And they couldn't figure out what it was. And so I went through, looked up every med I was on, and I'm like, maybe it's the Tramadol. And I didn't think it was helping all that much for pain, but I just had been taking it once a day because I have rheumatoid arthritis. Well, I quit taking it, and lo and behold, my blood pressure's fine. But had I not known that, I could have easily ended up on a blood pressure medicine that I didn't need to be on. Dizzy, short of breath, weird dermal sensations. So if you take your nail, I can't cross like that, sorry. If you take your nail and like trace a 1 or a 2 on his arm, does it get red and raised where you can see what you wrote? It's called dermographia. Headaches. See, a lot of that sounds like mast cell to me, and mast cell often gets misdiagnosed as POTS syndrome. Here's the thing to try, and I'm not giving medical advice, I'm just telling you what I do. If I thought I had POTS and I wanted to rule out that it wasn't being caused by a mast cell issue, which we think are crazy underdiagnosed, what I would do is I would take Pepcid twice a day with some kind of over-the-counter non-drowsy antihistamine like Claritin or the generic brand or fexofenadine, something like that. So Pepcid would block type 2 histamine. The regular antihistamine would stop type 1 histamine. And then I would add quercetin 1,000 milligrams twice a day. And if he's having headaches, I would add ionic liquid magnesium. You can get it on Amazon. Do not take it without putting it in something because it will burn your throat. But what I do is I take 2 mLs of ionic, IONIC, ionic liquid magnesium, and put it in 3 ounces of Gatorade and drink it down. It is the only thing that has ever worked for my migraines, and it stops them immediately. Within like 15, 20 minutes. There's been 1 or 2 occasions where I've had to repeat the dose. That's it. Dizzy, short of breath. So did they work him up for cardiac stuff where he was having shortness of breath and dizziness? They definitely should do a cardiology workup. But the weird dermal sensations makes me wonder about a mast cell issue. But like I said, what's really cool is like somebody will call me and they're like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm having a heart attack and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, while you're waiting because they're not wanting to go to the ER and I can't make them go. I'm like, while you're waiting, let's go ahead and take Maalox, Pepsid. What's the other one? Maalox, Pepsid. I can't think of it. But anyway, Maalox, Pepsid, there's one other thing, even if you just had those two. I'm like, let's go ahead and take a dose of that right now. Because if it is some gastrointestinal thing that's giving you chest pain, the chest pain will stop and we will then know it's gastrointestinal. And then you don't have to go to the ER because that ruled it out for you. If it doesn't rule it out, then you know it's not something with your stomach and you go on. Pepsid, ionic liquid magnesium, and then just a regular non-drowsy antihistamine. Fexofenadine, I'm going to type those in for you. Fexofenadine. Oh, look, I can see my icons. I've got a whale, a lightning thing, and a crown. I don't know what any of them mean. It doesn't tell you what they mean either. So you could do fexofenadine, you could do cetirizine. I think that one's over the counter. Maybe levocetirizine is the one that's over the counter. It feels like ants under his skin, or tingling or pin-like sensation. Boy, that sounds like a mast cell issue. Any rashes? I'm trying to think what else. The quercetin will help stabilize mast cells. If he could get a doctor to write him for Singulair, that would be really helpful. He might just mention he's got allergies that aren't being helped by other things, but Singulair will block leukotriene. It's an allergy medicine. And then you would be doing the whole chain. You'd be blocking the mast cells with the quercetin or stabilizing them. Then you've got your type 2 antihistamine, which you need. Your type 1 antihistamine blocks both those. Then if you can get on some Singulair, then you're blocking leukotriene, and that's your whole mast cell chain. Let's get sewing. So the money we send you, do you get it? Or is it what's hung up on Rumble? It's currently hung up on Rumble. So if you're sending like a Rumble rant where you're giving me money, that's what's hung up. I'll get it. It's just hung up. If you sent me money through PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or you did my meal train when I was recovering from my surgery, all that money I got. RJ, I don't know about rashes. Please ask about that. Any rashes as a child? Like little brownish kind of rashes? Pittsburgh rex. I love trying to say that. I had 3 lower back surgeries, had a leak of the spinal fluid. I've had that. Oh my goodness. Right. They fix the leak. Right. They do a patch and it fixes the leak immediately. They do a blood patch. So if you've had an epidural or any kind of spinal leak, when you go in, I've had one, and the head pain was the most. I couldn't even stand up. I would walk like 3 or 4 feet, and then I would have to put my head down like this because all the cerebrospinal fluid drains out from around the brain. And then your brain is just sitting on your skull, and it is excruciating. It is the worst pain. I mean, I've had kidney stones. It's intolerable. You can't stand up. And so I had one for 4 or 5 days. It just was a slow leak. It kept leaking. And so I went into the hospital and they're like, why did they make you wait so long? Drew blood out of my arm, put it in that epidural space. And as they were pushing that blood in, it makes a patch, it clots and makes a patch at the hole. As they were pushing that in, the headache was leaving. It was incredible. Hans says almost 42, never admitted to the hospital, never broke a bone, prescribed medication other than antibiotics, don't get numb for fillings. I think we've become soft and weak through mind control. Hans, I just had a major, big old soldier shoulder surgery. Well, not as major as we thought it was going to be. And they wanted to do a nerve block and I refused. I'm like, no, I need to know what's hurting, where, why. And I don't like the idea of being numbed. I mean, I had, of course, general anesthesia because you can't be awake for that, but probably he's a redhead. Interesting. Kids with mastocytosis will get this kind of brownish rash that just doesn't go away. It doesn't even necessarily have to be itchy. And they'll usually, parents will keep going and they're like, he's got this rash again. And they've tried a million things. Finally, they'll send him to dermatology and they will, they'll do a biopsy and then they'll figure out the mastocytosis. You forgot the rest. What did I forget? Oh, I did. I had 3 lower back surgeries, had a leak of spinal fluid. Oh, because I started talking about that. Sorry. The other one got Botox. What? Had 3 lower back surgeries, had a leak of the spinal fluid. They fixed the leak, right? The other one got Botox, and thank God is now gone. Every 3 months. Oh, you're getting Botox for your headaches. I got it. Try the magnesium. Much safer than the Botox. I'm going to write this down. Ionic liquid magnesium. Amazon. 2 mLs in 4 ounces of Gatorade. Repeat in 1 hour if headache persists. Hopefully that helps. Let me see if I can grab that link for you too. Amazon. There we go. Let's find it for you real quick because I've got one that I like. Imagine they're all about the same though. It's not a big ionic liquid magnesium. There's one that's cheaper than the others, and they all, like I said, work about the same. Where's that one? There it is. Good State. And this magnesium, for some reason, doesn't give you the trots, which I like. I don't like having the trots. Meaning I like that it doesn't give you the trots. Let's be clear about that. Things we used to call the trots as kids. The Hershey squirts, the backdoor trots. In the hospital, we call them Code Browns. There's the link for you. Hans, my wife had that surgery. They put a nerve block needle in. I passed out. Bless your heart. She wouldn't wear the brace or take it easy. Her shoulders are not good. Take it easy and wear that stupid brace. Well, I'm just sitting. So I did ask him. I'm like, hey, if I'm just sitting and I've got an armrest here, do I have to wear it then? And he's like, no. But if you're out, you're up and around, you need to wear the brace is ridiculous, Hans. I'll have to show it to you guys next time. So it goes up under your arm like this, right? And it's got different wedges you can put. So you can have like just this much, or you can go all the way up. And like, I definitely can't wear it when I'm sleepy. So, Don will sometimes put it on me before he goes to bed. We'll put the ice thing that's like a wrap that goes on. We'll put that on. Then he'll put the brace on me because then I stay on my back and I don't roll all over. And so, I got this thing and I'm like trying to move. It's just crazy. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But I do, I wore my sling the other day when I went out. I can't do the sling very well because of my neck. So that's how I ended up with that big beast. Anyway, it's got this thing. There's a little wedge that goes here so that your arm won't come down. And so it's got the little platform that your upper arm and your forearm sits on and your arm's strapped to it. And then it's got a metal piece that's got padding that goes down your side. And then it's got a belt that goes around to hold it on. And then it's got a little strap that goes around your neck. But because I can do that thing up really loose where I barely feel it because the waist strap is so good. And it doesn't pull too bad because it uses your waist to hold your arm stable. So it is a good brace for me and I do use it, just not all the time. So did they do the nerve block before the surgery? Because they kept trying to talk me into the nerve block and I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it. And I had my last rotator cuff surgery when I had a rotator cuff fixed and they did the nerve block or didn't do the nerve block and I was fine. Couldn't get her to wear it for a day. I almost ducked. Why would she not wear it? Was it hurt? See, I can't wear it or I won't wear it because it hurts my neck. So if I'm just sitting, it's not a big deal. But like if I'm up cleaning or something, I keep it on to remind me not to overuse that arm. And I do all my exercises. There's a bunch of exercises I do twice a day and then I do ice after. And so, I'm being diligent. It's just the infection that's slowing down my recovery. And it's so funny because it's really rare to get an infection in the joint just with an arthroscopic surgery, but something's definitely going on. I'm definitely got a bunch of fluid in the joint again, so that stinks. AJ says, oh, hold on. Pope's here. Hi. Why are you on YouTube, Pope? Rebel. Sherry asks, do you still see the aura or energy off of stuff like the trees? No, not as much anymore. I'm aware of it. I just don't see it. Pope says, hope you're doing well. Oh, I miss you. Rebecca, I was taking tramadol. My blood pressure got high too, so I did the same thing. They looked my meds up. Sure enough, tramadol. Yep. And I mean really high. It can cause I was just taking one a day and it was really jacking mine up. I did put it up. Is it not showing? Oh, no. I see it now, sweetie. AJ, most spiritual people believe disease is just unhealed trauma manifesting in the body. I think we are more prone to illness if we have unresolved trauma, just because cortisol, all these different hormones that get released when you have an unresolved trauma, or you're going through a lot of stress, and you're more prone to illness. I don't think unhealed trauma causes the illness. I just think it puts your body in a weakened condition so that when you are exposed to something, you're more likely to catch it. That's my theory. But it could be both. Only us get infections in joints, right, Rebecca? If there's something going to go wrong, it's going to be us. Sherry says, I would love to email you for more, but I have been wondering if you still see the aura energy glowing off rocks and trees. Yeah, I did answer that one. I don't see it, but I sense it. I know it might sound weird. I used to see it, like I saw somebody the other day and I could see light coming off her. It was just something random. We were watching a video or something and I had to stop the video. And I said, look at her. Her spirit is just incredible. Like you could just see it. I don't see it a lot, but boy, I saw it on her. It was crazy. It struck me. I made Don come in and look. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, can you see it? And he couldn't see it, but I could see it. You're a wealth of information. AJ, I try. Hans says, oh, love, wait, hold on. I passed right out. Yeah, see, Don's like that. Hans, I made Don take out my stitches when my shoulder got infected, and he was not looking good. I know he cut himself like bad where he had to have stitches or broke a bone or something, and he passed out. But like if I needed him to give me a shot or anything, I would just die. Probably for the reasons you just described, indeed. Hans, because she's a hard-headed lunatic, you realize she is my wife, right? Yeah, I'm a hard-headed lunatic too. Why she wouldn't wear the brace. Mind is in control of all. Yeah, I think we forget how much. I think we forget that we are the creations of God. So we're mind, body, spirit. All those things work together or don't work together. So, for me, I know that because I have such a struggle with balance, and because I'm so all or nothing, and because I am stubborn, my recoveries are generally complicated because like I said, if the doctor, it's my fault because I know this about myself. I probably should tell that to the doctor and say, look, I'm an overachiever. I don't like to rest. I see it as a sign of weakness, to not for anybody else, but for me, to have pain and not be doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I am a very push through kind of person. So I need to know what your expectations are. What should I be able to do at what point? Because otherwise I will just push through whatever pain to get to what I think is recovery. And I would never advise another patient to do that, but that's just a medical person thing. We do that. Mind isn't control. What are you calling the mast? It's called, hold on, let me put that down for you, bud. There we go. There's a good link on that one. Hold on. Let me get that for you. I want the broader one. They always just put anaphylaxis, and it's way more than that. Here we go. Yeah, a lot of people are diagnosed with things like irritable bowel syndrome, POTS, all kinds of stuff, and it ends up being a mast cell issue. Here's your link. It put the wrong one. Hang on, I'm sorry. Let me go back and fix it. I just want to make sure you've got the right information here. And if you're watching this on replay, I don't want to tell you. That's not helpful, is it? I want to share this. Why are you? Hold on. Copy. Paste. What the heck? Why does it keep giving me magnesium? Okay, this is weird. I've never had that happen. Backspace. Symptoms of mast cell. Oh, that's weird. Because the Amazon address is in the bar while I'm looking at a... Okay, that's weird. Hold on. Mast cell activation syndrome symptoms. Okay. And we'll look at this together here in a second, just because this is annoying. Copy link address. I just want to make sure you've got it, but that way they'll see it when they come back and watch the video on live or on rewind. There we go. Let's try this again. I am here live right there with you. Paste. There you go, honey. Okay, Hans says the year hypothermia came to public conscience, deaths from it exponentially grew. Look that up. Will determine survivors more than anything. Well, you know, a lot of that is when we do get a diagnosis for something. I mean, I don't know why hypothermia would not be in the public conscience, because people have died from that forever. But there is something to, you know, we learn about what something is, and then we're more easily able to identify, so you see more of it. We don't know that there really was more of it. We're just now able to identify it and have a name for it. But I wanted to show you the mast cell thing. Let me come down here and share this with you guys. Mean to say he has thin skin on his fingers and toes. Huh. I appreciate you talking about mastocytosis. My 9-year-old has always had skin rashes, thin skin, stomach issues. I'm going to try to find out what it is. He suffers, poor kid. Thin skin on his fingers and toes, cuts. Are his joints hypermobile? Like, you know, where you can hyperextend his joints? You'll have to send me some details. I can't type mast cell. It's M-A-S-T, mast cell. Okay, let me show you this. Present. Stop it. Present. Share screen. There's no sound. It's this one. Okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't open it. Silly me. Hold on. I want this one. Right. There we go. Okay. Mast cells can be activated to release mediators by multiple triggers. Possible triggers of mediator release are shown below in Figure 1. Please note that any patient with a mast cell disease can potentially react to any trigger, and triggers can change over the course of the disease. Yeah, mine are just all over the place. In addition, patients may experience reactions to virtually any medications, which I've had, including medications they previously tolerated. Common medication reactions in mast cell disease patients includes, but are not limited to, opioids, antibiotics, NSAIDs, which are like ibuprofen, naproxen, alcohol-containing medicines, and intravenous vancomycin. So I'm allergic to NSAIDs, several antibiotics, vancomycin, aspirin, all kinds of things. Sulfa. So potential triggers are heat and cold, sudden temperature changes, stress, emotional, physical, including pain or environmental. And that is not because it's psychological. That is because you put off certain chemicals when you're having strong emotions that can trigger mast cells. Exercise, fatigue, food or beverages, including alcohol, certain drugs and dyes. I'm allergic to contrast dye. Natural odors, chemical odors, perfumes and scents. I cannot go down I cannot go into those smelly stores. Venoms, bees, wasps, mix, vespids, spiders. I've had reaction to spider bites. I'm very allergic to mosquito bites. Infections, mechanical irritation, meaning, you know, your skin gets irritated through mechanical means, like somebody's rubbing you or scratching you, or you bump into something, or you have a surgery. Here's the symptoms. The myriad symptoms patients with mast cell disease experience during activation can wreak havoc on patients on a daily basis and multiple organ systems. This is why the vagal nerve is part of it, because the vagus nerve runs from brainstem to butthole. It innervates every organ system in your body. And when you see a person any person who is having symptoms across multiple organ systems, we always want to remember that there is a vagal nerve that connects all of those, and look at if there's something that could be causing some neuropathy in that vagal nerve, including pulmonary, cardiovascular, dermatologic, gastrointestinal, musculoskeletal, and neurologic can be involved. The table lists some effects linked to specific mediators. Symptoms may include, but are not limited to, flushing of the face and neck and chest, headache, tachycardia, which is fast heartbeat, chest pain, abdominal pain, bloating, gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD, diarrhea, vomiting, uterine cramps or bleeding, rashes, including maculopapular, cutaneous mastocytosis, urticaria pigmentosa. Those are specific rashes that are common to mast cells. So are the telangiectatic lesions. They look like little veins. Bone or muscle pain. You can also have kidney pain, osteosclerosis, osteopenia, osteoporosis, itching, rash, blood pressure instability, brain fog, cognitive dysfunction, anxiety, depression, lightheadedness, syncope, which is fainting, anaphylaxis. They can appear as acute or chronic, so it's always that person that the doctor's like, I just don't know what to do with you. I'm like, look at mast cells and see if that fixes it. So histamine will cause flushing, itching, diarrhea, and hypotension. Leukotrienes, shortness of breath, prostaglandins, bone pain, brain fog, cramping, flushing where you get red. Tryptase will cause osteoporosis, thinning of the bones, and skin lesions. Interleukins will cause fatigue, weight loss, lymph node enlargement. Heparin is one of the mediators. It'll cause osteoporosis and problems with clotting and bleeding. Our thin-fingered little boy down there that gets cut. Tumor necrosis factor, nothing to do with cancer in this situation. Fatigues, headaches, and body aches. So there's a lot of information there. And I find that a lot of people that have had a hard time getting a diagnosis or on meds for a diagnosis that aren't helping will read this and feel like it was written about them. So you've got anaphylaxis. It gives all the symptoms there. You'll know if you're having anaphylaxis. Itching, swelling lips, vomiting, diarrhea. A lot of doctors miss the gut symptoms of anaphylaxis, vomiting, diarrhea, and cramps. I always get that end of it. And I get the lung stuff, and I get the heart stuff, and the throat stuff. So that's a good page, and there's a lot of other links there for what to do and how to handle it, and I think that'll be useful for you guys. All right, where are we at? Good night, and God bless Hans. I will listen to the end, but riding Harley to work at 4 a.m. Hey, good for you. It's probably super cold still on your Harley. Where are you at? Aren't you in Michigan? We've got a Goldwing. Ha! It always annoys Harleys. I don't know why. Vaccines are the cause of most ailments. We are not at war, under attack. Welcome to the revolution. Thank you, Hans. Making sure I didn't miss anything. I spelled it wrong. Yep, all that, and gastroparesis doesn't help. Yep, I would agree. I was reading up on some stuff on gastroparesis the other day. Gastroparesis is definitely a vagal nerve problem. Definitely. I have no doubt about that. Super cool, Penny. Thank you so much. I hope that helps. So, if you've got more questions, message me. I can work something up. I love Goldwings. We have a Goldwing with a sidecar. I don't know if I've got a picture of it. Hold on. Don's been meaning to get them painted the same color, but we've not had the bike out in over a year. Hold on. I'll see if I can find a picture for you. Might probably be easier to find it in the text. Shared attachments. Good Lord, there's 500 of them. Come on. All right, stop it. See if I can find it real quick. I know I asked him to send me a picture recently. I've been working on the AI art generator. So in the video that you watched coming into this, if you started from the beginning, all of those images are AI generated. I worked on those today. And the reason that we're doing that is because otherwise you can get in trouble for copyright infringement for using pictures that are in the public domain. It's so stupid. But I don't need that headache. I forgot what I was looking for. The bike. Okay. So here's the camper and the boat. turn my, hold on. I gotta turn my, let's say it's part of his diabetic neuropathy. Your husband has what? Well, dang it, I can, there we go. Well, it just kicked me out. Okay, so, man, the internet, the video is way behind, so I don't know when you guys are going to see this. There we go. So that's the truck with the camper on it. The camper has a slide where the booth is, so that comes out, so you've got more room in the booth. And then that's the tri-tune. That's our rig that we take when we go camping. I'm in the RV. That's a different thing. We need to sell it. Then I wanted to find the motorcycle to show you. I know he sent me pictures of it because I asked him so I could send them to Zach, which I don't think I ever did. Zach's got a, here we go. Boy, that's good. Found it. Let's do this one. So that's the sidecar and the motorcycle. Goodness, come on, catch up. We've had more than one motorcycle. Thought I had another picture of it in there, but I guess I don't. Yeah, here's one from the front. I'm waiting for it to show up on the screen so I can. All right, so that's the bike. You guys kind of know what our toys look like now. My husband has that. They say it's part of his diabetic neuropathy. Diabetic neuropathy. Here's what you want to take for that. Palic acid. Sodium. I'm going to put a link for it up here. Reduced. This is what I've been taking for my cranial nerve damage that I had from the surgery. So somehow they screwed up my positioning or something, and I damaged cranial nerves 9, 10, and 12. It'll take about 6 months to heal those completely. But that's what's causing the hoarseness. It was what was causing me to keep choking when I was trying to swallow regular liquids. All kinds of weirdness was going on. My tongue was numb. What am I looking for? Reduced alpha. There we go. Lipoic acid. And you want the sodium reduced. Just because of the way your body absorbs it. Just take my word for it. This is the one you want. 600, which is one capsule once a day. I'm not giving medical advice, just telling you what I do. But there is great, this is used actually as a medical treatment for diabetic neuropathy in other countries. They actually write prescriptions for this. There you go. So I went on that. So I was taking the reduced alpha lipoic acid and then a methylated B complex. And that made a huge difference with my cranial nerves quickly. Methylated B complex. Oh, yeah. He's got gastroparesis, which is common with diabetes. I would definitely do the methylated B complex. I should say complex. If it were me, and I would take the lipoic acid. Let me get the methylated B complex. Methylated. The reason you do a methylated B complex is there's not a good way easily for you to know whether you have a problem with methylation or not. So just any B vitamin might not work for you. So just go ahead and take a methylated brand, and then you don't have to worry about it. B complex. I always recommend that. Let's see. Well, Penny. I'm new at this internet thing. It's a lie. Hold on. It cracked me up. It's a lie. I said something to Don the other day. I was mad. He hadn't done anything. I just was upset because my arm was hurting and, just annoyed and frustrated. And I said, well, I'm still holding you responsible. And he said, okay, if that makes you feel better, you can do that. But just know that your anger is misplaced. I just thought it was crazy. Cracked me up. Okay. What? I don't understand why this is giving me a problem. Where's the one? Hold on. I can't go to my list because I can't pull up my phone. That one's too expensive. Hold on. I'm trying to find you a good one. Methylcobalamin. Methylfolate. That's not the one. I have that one in the glass jar, and I really like that one. Apparently, it only exists on my phone. Hold on, let's look it up because I want you to have the right one. But I mean, anybody who's diabetic definitely needs to be on a good B vitamin. Also needs to have his vitamin D levels checked because that can cause nerve issues. Hold on. Gotta think about what I'm doing here and shut up and talk, not talk. Orders. I wonder if my rugs came. I was waiting for my rugs. I ordered 2 little rugs for the porch. Oh, they did come. And covers for my chairs. And then and my bathroom rug came. Okay. Here's the B. Designs for Health is what it's called. Vitamin B, Designs for Health. Is it B Supreme? Yeah. Oh, no, I don't think I paid that much for it. I must have got it on sale or something. Okay, just look for any methylated B complex, and I will type that out for you. You don't need to spend a ton of money on it. I do not think I spent $50 on that. Oh, I get something in my eye. Doggone it. Now I gotta type like Popeye. I blame you guys. Methylated B complex. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's killing me. Okay. So true, it doesn't digest. Oh yeah, that's right. Because he's got gastroparesis, he's not digesting well. Then I think probably what we need to look at, first you need to figure out what deficiencies he has. So he needs, here are the tests that you want. Let me go ahead and type that in. You want vitamin D level. You want a B12 level. Definitely a thiamine level. If he drinks it all, I would just go ahead and start him on thiamine. Because thiamine, you can get what's called is it dry berry? I think that's right. Berry vitamin C. I can't remember. Anyway, if your thiamine levels are low, the first thing you'll have are nerve issues. So I probably would just go. If you do the methylated B complex, thiamine is a B vitamin. It's going to be in there. So you'll have your B12, your methylated. There'll be B12, choline, thiamine, niacin. What else? There's more. B6, pantothenic acid. I can't remember what else will be in there. So you want a thiamine level. He doesn't drink. Okay. Still, you want a thiamine level. A vitamin B12, thiamine, magnesium, complete thyroid panel. Not just a TSH. Did we get the D level? We did. A reduced glutathione. I can already tell you his glutathione is going to be low level. You're going to have to push them to get these. They may or may not. They shouldn't push back with the D, the B12, the thiamine, magnesium, a complete thyroid panel. They might not know how to order a reduced glutathione level, but that can be done. Hopefully they're monitoring his kidneys since he is more at risk for kidney disease because of his diabetes. But just some things for you to for sure think about. If I think of anything else, just shoot me an email. And if you've got any labs, I can look at them. I do like to do that. Not to give medical advice, just out of curiosity, because this isn't a show giving medical advice, of course. All right, guys, that's all I've got for tonight. It is 12:50. I was thinking I'd only do an hour or two, but, just based on how I feel. I'm going to have they're going to do the needle aspiration on my shoulder, I want to say on Monday. And then I think I'm have to go back to the doctor again on Wednesday. Let's look here and see what we got. Just trying to keep you guys apprised. Okay, April 17th is Monday. Oh, shoot. Am I not going till Wednesday? That blows. Tuesday is tax day. Uh-oh. 19. We'll get our taxes done. Okay, so on Wednesday the 19th, I'm having the ultrasound and the needle aspiration of the fluid in my shoulder at 9 a.m. Then we wait for the results to go back from that, and I see my regular orthopedic doctor on the 24th at 1. So just so you're aware. So if you guys could be praying for that, we definitely want to get some answers on what's going on in the shoulder. I will. Nice to have you back. Thank you. RJ, good night, Penny. Praying for you. Thank you for the updates. Yes, I did try to keep you guys updated. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get back, but I just really couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And this is kind of the time of year that I cycle into kind of a not feeling well, not having a lot of energy. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's just the time change or what. Rebecca, I've seen your labs before, I think. If I sent my labs, you would have heart failure. Prayers you feel better soon. Just had 4 shots on left shoulder last Monday and just putting off surgery. So glad to see you. Yeah, they offered me like steroids and stuff in my shoulder and I refused. I was like, no. I said, is it going to fix anything? And they're like, well, no, but it might help your pain. I can deal with the pain. I don't need you to add things to a body that's already not doing well. Yeah, I get the putting off surgery. It was not fun. Okay, guys, if you got any questions, you know my email address, you know I have a website. If you want to support the show, you can, there's a little, you see this little QR code up in the right. You can just take a picture of that with your phone. It'll take you right to my PayPal account, and you can leave a donation of any size, and that is appreciated, and it really does help defer a lot of the costs that go along with doing a podcast. You can also Venmo me. I think I'm at Penny Wilson -6. I got to put these in I'll go back and put these in the description. I always forget to do that. What am I on Venmo? I have a Cash App too. I don't use it very often, but on Venmo, I am, who am I? Me. At Penny-Wilson-6. It's got my maiden name. And then on Cash App, I am unable to find it. That's what I am. I'm like, I know it's a green icon. Where is it? There it is. Cash App. On Cash App, I am $Witthealth. So WITTHEALTH. $Witthealth. That's what I am. All right. That's all I got for you guys. Like I said, you've got my email address. If you need something before Friday, just shoot it to me. I am considering doing some short, just kind of single topic shows during the week to get our numbers up. And plus, when you do a live stream this late, there's no chance of making the leaderboard. So I'm still working on if I'm going to do something on Sundays or not, or something during the week. Filling out several things. I've got feelers out to several people to do a collaboration show. So I'll just keep you posted as that stuff goes. Janet, night, I'm really leaving this time. Have a great weekend and be safe. Much love to you, sweetheart. Thank you for praying for me, RJ, and I'm happy to give you the updates. Rebecca, yes, I know your body does. You and I have bodies that are just rebelling. But yeah, I've seen your labs before, and I was astounded at how you were still moving around. Definitely have some hematological issues. All right, guys, let me get back over here. So let me pray us out. I don't want to forget that. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for all of my family that comes here and listens to me ramble on Fridays. They are such a blessing to me. I mean, just such an encouragement. I really mean that. And I just pray that everybody that has reached out to pray for me or help us cover our expenses or just send a kind word it got me through this. I really, really was struggling. I was getting very depressed because I wasn't getting better. And it's this family that you've given me that has gotten me through this. And I just pray that you would bless them tenfold, everything that they've given to me, every prayer, that you would answer that back for them over and above what they've done for me. I just thank you so much for using me to talk to people and to share your love and to share information and to help people discern what's going on in this world. Things are just insane. It's so hard to know, what the truth is, because there's, Satan is the author of evil. He is the author of lies. He is the author of confusion. And so when you are feeling confused from every direction, know that that is not from God. That is from Satan, and we rebuke him. He can go right back to hell. I've had just about enough of him. And I just pray that you would bring an awakening on this land, that you would jolt people who are just refusing to wake up out of their stupor, out of their self-involvement, and let them see that there are huge issues going on that do not revolve around them, and that there is a world that we need to handle before this country goes down the tubes. I just pray that you would give us all a passion for you and a passion for this country and a faith and belief that would be strong so that we can stand during these difficult times. Thank you so much for your son. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, guys. Love you whole big bunches. I will see you next week, if not sooner. That's it. Nurse Penny out.